We are back at it again. Night one of the 2026 NFL Draft was a blast. I appreciate all of the real ones who hung out with us for hours and hours and hours after we reacted to every single pick. And here we are for night two, rounds 2 and 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft, and it's all presented by Prize Picks. My name is Chase, senior producer Chip, along for the ride as well. We have people rocking and rolling with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. And as always, no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our Chat Sports draft coverage a part of your evening and a part of your draft experience. About 25 minutes to go until round 2 gets underway. The 49ers, as of right now, slated to kick things off with the 33rd overall pick after trading back twice. Let's get the comment section going, though. I am so pumped up to have all of you here. It's a lot of work for us here at Chat Sports, but we absolutely love the grind. We love creating content, and our goal is very simple: to give you the best NFL coverage and content right here on YouTube. So we're coming to you from Chat Sports HQ, Studio I for myself and producer Chip. But where are you watching from? Let us know. We'll give you some shout outs here in the chat. As I see Kyle is tuned in from Philadelphia. Rick Nyers, my guy, back in the building. Richmond, Virginia is here. Little Rock, Arkansas from BK from the Bay. Humboldt County, California. Maryland from Brock Purdy. Tacoma, Washington. Greg Smith is in Cali. Delaware, Fresno, California. Tustin. I see Yardley from Jeff Chipper, Bay Area. Salisbury, Maryland. Indianapolis. Prosper, Texas. Rochester, New York. Sunny, San Diego. I told you that people were hanging out from all over the world, which is absolutely awesome to see. So we can recap round 1, and on my NFL college football YouTube channel called The Chase Down, be sure to subscribe over there. I launched that during free agency. We're already over 4,000 subscribers. I gave out draft grades for all of the teams who made a pick in round 1 last night. Let's quickly recap what transpired in the opening round of the 2026 draft. Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders at number 1. David Bailey to the Jets at number 2. Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals at number 3. In my final NFL mock draft, that's exactly how I had it. Starting with pick 4, things got crazy. And of course, we saw a bunch of trades last night, which is exactly what we predicted. Carnell Tate to the Titans at number 4. Arvell Reese and not Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs to the Giants with the 5th pick. Mansour Delane to the Chiefs after they traded up at number 6. Sonny Styles falls right into the lap of Dan Quinn, who absolutely loves him, at number 7. The Saints go with Jordan Tyson with the 8th pick. I did think that he was going to go in the top 10. Not to New Orleans, though. Spencer Fano, after the Browns traded back in that trade with Kansas City, to the Browns at number 9. Francis Maui-Noah drops to the Giants at number 10. Caleb Downs to the Cowboys at 11 as Dallas moved up. Love that pick for Dallas. Caden Proctor to the Dolphins at number 12. I was thinking Maui-Noah there. I thought they were going to go offensive tackle, and they go with the Alabama stud. Another one of the holy shit moments from last night, Ty Simpson, Alabama quarterback, to the Rams at number 13. Sean McVay not happy about that. Love this selection for the Ravens. Venga Ioane, the guard out of Penn State, at number 14. Ruben Bain falls to the Buccaneers at number 15. Kenyon Sadiq to the Jets at number 16. The Lions go offensive tackle as predicted, and they select Blake Miller with the 17th pick. Caleb Banks goes in round 1. Boomer bust player, multiple foot injuries for a big guy. It's a red flag, but the talent is certainly there at times. He reminds me of Jalen Carter. Monroe Freeling to the Panthers at number 19. I thought they were going to go safety. Makai Lemon to the Eagles at 20. After the Eagles moved up with Dallas from 23 to 20, they stole Makai Lemon from the Steelers. Lemon was on the phone with Pittsburgh, then Howie Roseman swoops in. And that caused the Steelers to go with Maxie Honich, who are a player who I really like. Akeem Mesidor, ultimate win now player at 25 years old, to the Chargers at 22. Cowboys, I had a feeling they were going to do this. Malachi Lawrence to Dallas there at number 23. KC Concepcion to the Browns at number 24. Dylan Thieneman falls to Chicago, the Oregon safety, with the 25th pick. Keelan Rutledge goes early, and the Texans moved up to get him. They do have to address the offensive line. Bad offensive line plays really hurt C.J. Stroud. The Dolphins, Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State. Caleb Lomu, videos of him viral dancing, going crazy through the Chat Sports HQ offices here today. He goes to the Patriot 28 after they move up from 31 overall. The Kansas City Chiefs, with their second pick in the first round, take Peter Woods, a defensive tackle out of Clemson. Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets at number 30. Keldrick Falk to the Titans at 31. Love the fit, really like the player. And then Jadarian Price to the Seattle Seahawks there with the final pick in round 1. So I do want to ask everybody this. The best pick in round 1. Who is it? I really liked Vanga Ioane to the Ravens at number 14. But who is your favorite selection from last night? Let us know down in the chat, and we'll be sure to give you some more shout-outs here. I see Al Davis, B-Doc, Kane Angel, Jonathan Kaufman, DoorDash King, all in the chat. Favorite pick from last night. I see Bruce saying McNeil Warren will be an all-pro for years. I like him for the Niners at 33. Rick Nyers really like Caleb Proctor. Andrew Tagar, Downs to the Cowboys. I'm right there with you. Lemon to the Eagles from Lucrative. Warren is a player who Robert Ellisert likes tonight. And then Boys in the Bay, fan of the selection of Ruben Bain to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 15 overall. As I mentioned off the top, all of our draft coverage and all of our content is made possible and presented by our great friends at Prize Picks, the #1 fantasy sports picks app. It's a DFS daily fantasy sports app for those of you not familiar, and it's so easy to play. We also have a great deal for everybody who watches this show. When you use the code HMA and you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. And let's say you want to make some player selections, right? And you want to put together a lineup. All you got to do is choose more or less on 2 to 6 player stats, and you can win some big time money. You can also make team picks during the draft. You can predict which prospects are going where. There have been more than 20 million people who have submitted lineups with billions of dollars paid out. All of your transactions are safe and secure. So again, use our code HMA, play $5, get $50 instantly. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. As far as the lineup that we like, let's stick with the NFL draft theme. So, first position drafted. You can go cornerback or safety right now, and all you got to do is choose yes, and that's $471 to win $14 right there. So, it can be a DB in general, not just a corner, not just a safety, a corner or a safety, $471 to win $14. That's how easy it is to play. Get $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks show us that you know ball. All right. Don't forget to continue to hit that thumbs up icon as you come in here. We're closing in on night 2, rounds 2 and 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. And we'll go through the draft order for what will get us started in round 2 in just a moment. But first, I'm going to take a look at, what is this, the Prize Picks tweet? Or is it our tweet?
It's Prize Picks tweet. I'm putting that in the chat right now. So what we're doing, a little special here to start the stream. You can see the link. I'm getting there right now while we're talking about Prize Picks. The tweet I'm putting in there right now, that tweet from Prize Picks. Go on there. Just comment Chat Sports under the tweet. We're going to pick 2 people from across all streams. So it's not necessarily 2 people from just this stream, but 2 people across Chat Sports, across watching all our streams who comment Chat Sports on that tweet I put in there right now will get any item from our merch store, $50 or less, completely free.
Bang.
So that's in there right now. Go comment Chat Sports. What are you going to do? Comment Chat Sports under Prize Picks tweet. Show some love. Let them know that we sent you. and 2 people will be walking home with some merch.
Let's go. It's as easy as that. Let's now go through the draft order on how we're going to begin round 2. And keep in mind, last night, of course, was round 1. Tonight, rounds 2 and 3. And then a quick turnaround tomorrow, because tomorrow will be rounds 4 through 7. And that'll get us started, at 12 p.m. Eastern?
Yep.
I think is when rounds 4 through 7 get underway. And we'll be live for it then as well. So the upcoming picks here with 15 minutes to go until round 2 starts. Niners at 33 in that trade with the New York Jets. There's a possibility here that the Niners could trade out again. They have received multiple calls all throughout the day, according to reports, about trading out of that spot. And I tweeted about this. If they can get another second-round pick, potentially a third-round pick, I think that would be another smart play for San Francisco. The Cardinals are at number 34. Buffalo Bills at 35. They've made multiple trades to trade out of round 1, just like the Niners. And get this, a quarter of the teams across the NFL, 8 of them, did not select in the first round last night. Las Vegas Raiders, they took Mendoza at number 1, back on the clock for their second pick at 36. New York Giants at 37. I think they only have 1 pick tonight, and that's 37 overall. The Houston Texans at number 38 via Washington. Cleveland Browns at 39. Chiefs at 40. The Cincinnati Bengals traded 10 overall for Dexter Lawrence, and so they're on the clock for the first time at 41. New Orleans Saints, after taking Jordan Tyson there at 42. Miami Dolphins, a couple of picks last night. They're at 43. New York Jets at 44 from Dallas. That's from the Quinnen Williams trade. Ravens at 45. Buccaneers 46. Colts at 47. Falcons at 48. Followed by the Vikings, Lions, Panthers, and Packers. The Steelers, Eagles, Chargers, and Jags. Something tells me if the Eagles want to trade with the Steelers tonight, that's not going to happen. Then we have the Bears at 57, Niners at 58, Texans at 59, Bears at 60 from Buffalo. That's from the DJ Moore trade a couple months ago. And then to round things out, Rams at 61, Broncos 62, Patriots at 63, Seahawks at 64. And just like last night, when we saw a bunch of trades happen, I think we see a lot of trades happen again in rounds 2 and 3. Teams looking to move up, teams looking to move back, trying to maximize some of that value. As far as the best players available going into night 2, rounds 2 and 3, this is according to our draft expert, Tom Downey here. Jermod McCoy, huge knee concerns, but very gifted corner. D'Angelo Pons, thought he had an opportunity to sneak into round 1. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, that might be the pick for me if I'm San Francisco. Colton Hood at number 4. Cassius Howe, the Texas A&M edge rusher at number 5. TJ Parker, another edge at number 6. That's one of Chip's guys, as Chip is a Clemson Tigers alum. Denzel Boston at number 7. Caden McDonald at number 8. CJ Allen at number 9. Jacob Rodriguez, 10. Keontae Scott, 11. Avion Terrell, 12. Woo! Another Clemson guy. R. Mason Thomas at number 13. Zion Young, 14. Christian Miller, 15. And then Brandon Cease at number 16. So the top 16 players available according to our draft rankings here at Chat Sports. And there are some really good players available, both in round 2, but I think there are going to be some excellent players in round 3. We are also having a really interesting conversation in the office before I decided to get in front of this camera on this microphone on how NIL has kind of changed the latter rounds of the draft, where I think there is a lot of talent and depth rounds 1 through 4, but as compared to the pre-NIL era and now, rounds 4 through 7 are lighter. Why? Because players who would typically go rounds 4 through 7 are staying in school now because they're making more money playing college football, some of these big programs with a lot of funding, than they would be at the NFL level. So keep that in mind in rounds 4 through 7, because if a player is in college, for instance, right, and they speak to some people across the NFL, and the agent reaches out, hey, where do you think my client can go? And the consensus is that that player is going to go in the 5th round or the 6th round. That player might return to school, make more money, but also have the opportunity to improve on that draft stock by staying in college again. And maybe that 5th rounder can become a 3rd rounder. Maybe that 4th rounder can become a 2nd rounder if they stay in school, get stronger, work on their deficiencies, their weaknesses, and improve their draft stock a little bit. So kind of a interesting and fascinating change that we have seen here in the NIL era. All right, Tanner Webb getting us started with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tanner. First super chat of the night. You're the man. Thank you. Is that a Brandon Marsh profile picture? I think that it is. Good stuff. Go Phillies. Can they end that losing streak? My goodness, it is ugly. And they're playing the Braves now. Yikes. Tanner Webb with another super chat, $5. Do you think that we can trade up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren tonight? So that's obviously an Eagles question coming in. The Eagles, I think, are too far back in round 2 to realistically trade up to get within range to take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, because I think he goes in the first 5 to 10 picks of the 2nd round tonight. At least that's where I think he should go. This is a player who a lot of people think is a top 20 player in this draft class. And so the Eagles gave up 2 4th-round picks to the Dallas Cowboys in this draft to move up from 23 to 20. Imagine what they'd have to give up to move up from where they are right now to get to the top 10 picks of the 2nd round. And we can take a look at the Eagles' upcoming selections here, because that'll kind of give you a good gauge and a good temperature of where the Eagles are. So 33 overall is the first pick of this 2nd round. The Eagles are at 54 right now. Now, if he's still there at like 44, 45, then I think that is within range. I just don't know if he goes that late. I think he should be one of the top 5 to 10 players off the board. McNeil-Warren, Jacob Rodriguez. I expect those 2 to go pretty early here in this 2nd round. There's some good edge rushers available. The Eagles do need a safety. I think that can be addressed at 54 or at 68, and you can get a really solid player there. I also think that Carson Beck might go in round 2 tonight, because Ty Simpson went in round 1, surprisingly, to the Los Angeles Rams at number 13. Words of wisdom, a $2 super chat coming in. And if anybody sends in a 50 right off the bat, we still have the Mezcal here. I will take a shot of Mezcal to get this party started. Words of wisdom saying, Chase and Chip, did you smoke the cigars? Words. I'm doing it after the draft. We got rounds 2 and 3 tonight, rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. We're going to be limping out of here after the draft and probably limping in here tomorrow, because it is a very quick turnaround. We'll probably leave the studio at like midnight, 1 a.m., and then we're back here extremely early. So I'm going to smoke it to celebrate finishing the NFL draft. And Words, I know that you like to finish. That's why you got all those kids. So thank you, Words, for that cigar. We will smoke that celebratory cigar once the draft is complete. All right, Ian Rappaport with another report. Niners are getting action at number 33. And after that pick, all eyes are on the Cardinals. Do they go quarterback? I think Arizona might go quarterback. I think ideally they thought probably that Ty Simpson was going to be available at 34. He went to the Rams. So what are Arizona's evaluations at the quarterback position?
If Beck actually goes number 34 overall, my goodness. My goodness. Kane Angel in the building. B-Doc back in the building as well. Sean Wilford. Kevin Wilson. Jeremiah Grady. We got about 6 minutes until things get underway. And the Niners are on the clock, finally making a pick.
Yep. Hopefully.
Hopefully. I guess we don't know for sure.
Hopefully.
I guess we don't know for sure.
At least as of right now, the Niners are slated to make their pick at 33. But what if they trade out? And what if they trade out to, like, I don't know, 36, 37, 38? They can get another second-round pick potentially, third-round pick, and get another top 100 selection. Again, coming into this draft, the Niners only had 2 top 100 picks because they traded their third away for Osa Digizua. But a good flex by the Niners last night. You know, you trade back twice, you get a third, you get a fifth. Fantastic.
And American Eagle getting us started.
Oh! There we go. American Eagle. $100 super chat. What's up, y'all? Let's get another beast. I said $50 super chat. Taking a shot of mezcal. An American Eagle says 50? Nah. Here's 100. Let's go.
American Eagle. I'll give you my first beer of the night for that one.
And in case you didn't join us last night, not a sponsor, but they should be. No free ads, but Phosphoro is Howie Roseman's tequila company or mezcal company that he's a partner in. I love this mezcal. It's got a smoky taste with a fruity finish. Cheers to everybody. Thanks for supporting the content. Thanks for supporting the show last night, tonight. Hope to see you all tomorrow as well. It was a really fun round 1, and I think it's going to be an exciting round 2, round 3, and we're all hanging out here together. So cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers as well with the beer cheers. Woo. All right. We've got less than 4 minutes until round 2 gets underway. And so let's pause to give a shout out to another one of our fantastic sponsors, which is keeping all of our content free, and that's our friends at Chubbies. Look, it's April 24th. Spring is here. Summer is around the corner. And last week in the lead up to the draft, I had a little bit of a closet clean out, and I went through some of my drawers, and I got rid of a lot of clothes, got rid of a lot of shoes, and I said to myself, I got to go spring shopping. So what did I do? I went to chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. I used the code chatsports. I got 20% off my purchase. Got some polos, got some shorts, got some swim trunks. Their shirts are incredibly comfortable as well. So, fellas, listen up. With spring here, you know what it means. It's shorts weather. So whether you're playing around to golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, you're going out on a date, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention? Yeah, check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful legs. If you've been putting in work during leg day, double check. Chubbies original shorts, they've got a couple of different lengths, provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. They're designed for comfort, built for stretch, and designed to give you thigh-high confidence. And if you're hitting up the pool or the beach, their classic lined swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. We're talking seriously soft, dangerously flexible, and incredibly quick drying swim trunks. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners, our viewers, 20% off your order with our exclusive code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Experience unmatched comfort and style, whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway. Chubbies has you covered. Again, code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them that we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Be sure to stand out with Chubbies. American Eagle does it again. Fly, Eagles, fly. Who do you think the Eagles will get next? I hope in this draft they get a great edge and they fix that hole. Edge rusher, safety, tight end. Those are the positions that I would like to see the Eagles address tonight. They checked off wide receiver last night. Look out for offensive tackle as well. So as far as players go, I mean, for the Eagles, teaming up Quinyon Mitchell, Toledo guy, with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Toledo guy, I think would be intriguing. For the Niners, for those of you watching on the Niners Report, I think you go guard if you stay at 33, and you can go wide receiver, edge, or safety a little bit later in that second round. And that's what I think the plans are here, or at least what I would do if I were the GM. I had predicted that the Eagles were going to trade up. They traded up. I predicted that the Niners were going to trade back. They traded back. Who did the Eagles select? Makai Lemon last night. But round 2 of the draft has not started. But ladies and gentlemen, you see the countdown clock. It's about to get underway.
Let's go.
Type go in the chat. Type go in the chat. If you're ready for the second round of the draft, type go in the chat. NFL draft getting underway. Rounds 2 and 3. Let's have a night.
Get them going, baby.
Let's go.
Make some noise. Niners will be on the clock momentarily.
Yep, 49ers will be on the clock at 33 if they don't trade out of that pick, which is something they could do. The 49ers are planning to stick and pick with the first pick of tonight's second round. I think you go guard here. Emmanuel Pregnon. Chase Basantis. Maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren if you want to get a safety.
Type go, type go. We're almost ready to get underway.
Jacob Rodriguez is another fantastic player who would make a lot of sense for the Niners if they want to get younger in that linebacker room.
Come on, baby.
So I'm tweeting this out right now. The 49ers plan to pick at 33. My top options for the 49ers, I would say Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Emmanuel Pregnon, Chase Basantis, Jacob Rodriguez, and Cassius Howe. Too early for a tackle. I think you can get a wide receiver a little bit later.
The anticipation is building. If you're ready for day 2, hit that thumbs up icon, like the streams. We got 1,300 people watching on the 49ers Report. Only 138 likes. If you're ready for the Niners first pick, hit that thumbs up. On Eagles now, 400 people watching. 78 likes. Again, like the stream if you're ready for day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft.
We should be able to get 500 likes in like 30 seconds on the Niners stream with 1,500 people watching live. And then on Eagles now, about 400 people watching, 94 likes. We should be able to skyrocket past 100. To support the show, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. The more likes that we get, the more people who find the stream in the algorithm, the more people who discover what we do is very special. So hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Let's take a look at the draft order here, Chip, with the second round about to kick off. The Niners, in case you're just joining the show, are going to stick and pick at number 33. They traded from 27 to 30, 30 to 33. That pick that they traded 27 to 30, they got the 90th pick in the third round. When they moved back from 30 to 33, they got a 5th round pick. They gave up one of their 4 fourth round picks. And the Niners have an opportunity here to really collect some good players at good value by deciding to trade back, which is what I predicted in my mock draft. So the Niners will get things started at 33, Cardinals at 34, Bills at 35, Raiders at 36. Following 4 selections, New York Giants at 37, Texans at 38, Browns at 39, Chiefs at 40, Bengals at 41, Saints at 42, Dolphins at 43, Jets at 44, Ravens at 45, Buccaneers, Colts, and Falcons 46 through 48. The next wave, you've got the Vikings, Lions, Panthers, Packers 49 to 52. The Steelers are at 53. The other Pennsylvania team, the Philadelphia Eagles at number 54. Howie Roseman fleecing Pittsburgh last night for Makai Lemon. Chargers at 55, Jags at 56, Bears at 57 and 60, sandwiched between that. The Niners at 58, so their second round pick, if things stand as such. Texans at 59, and then to round out round 2, Rams, Broncos, Patriots, Seahawks. Let's take a look at the top 4 players at every position here, Chet, if we could do that. And we'll just start on the offensive side of the football at quarterback, and we'll run all the way through. Look out for Garrett Nussmeier to the Eagles tonight if they want a young developmental quarterback. They've done a lot of work on him, very familiar with him because his dad used to be the quarterback's coach for the Eagles in 2024. He's now the OC under Kellen Moore with the Saints. So Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Aller, Taylon Green, Cole Payton, Tom Downey, our draft expert. That's his top 4 quarterbacks. I would put Carson Beck ahead of Garrett Nussmeier. And so I would have Beck, Nussmeier, Aller. And then after that, it gets a little bit tricky. As far as the top running backs available, this is a very thin running back class. Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson, Jonah Coleman, Nicholas Singleton. It wouldn't surprise me if the Niners go running back tonight or tomorrow. At wide receiver, a lot of different prototypes and players here of different skill sets and sizes. You have Denzel Boston, Chris Bell, Ted Hurst, and Jeremy Bernard. Again, I think that you can get an excellent wideout in round 3. At tight end, some depth here as well. Eli Stowers, Max Clare, Justin Jolie, Jack Endries. I'd personally have Sam Roush on this list. I also really like Oscar Delp. Top offensive tackles available. It's Caleb Tiernan, who I think could go in round 2. After that, big drop. The Eagles did do some work on Travis Burke in the pre-draft. I don't think he's a round 2, round 3 guy. I think he's more of a round 4 player. Jude Bowery, intriguing player with good athleticism. Austin Barber at number 4. The top guards available. I think there are 3 really good ones, right? Emmanuel Pregnon, Chase Basantis, Jennings Dunker. Then a gap to Jalen Farmer. So if I'm the Niners, I think Pregnon, Basantis can start right away for you if you take them at 33. Jennings Dunker, is he going to be ready right away? I think he goes in the 50s, or at least should. At center, Sam Hecht, Brian Parker, Jake Slaughter, Trey Zune. And then we shift over to defense. Top edges available. There are some good ones who have slid to day 2. Cassius Howell, TJ Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young. I would put Denai Dennis Sutton on this list. I also really like Gabe Jackas. Top interior defensive linemen, Caden McDonald, Christian Miller, Lee Hunter, Dominique Orange, otherwise known as Big Citrus. The top linebackers, CJ Allen is a terrific player. Jacob Rodriguez is a dog. Little bit of a gap to Anthony Hill and Jake Golday. The top corners available, Jamal McCoy has first-round talent, but he had the ACL injury, and then there's another concern about the knee in there. D'Angelo Pons, excellent player. I thought he could have gone in round 1, but he's a little bit shorter as a slot guy. Colton Hood, round 1 talent. Avion Terrell, combine time, I thought he was going to go in round 1. At safety, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Keontae Scott, AJ Halsey, Ziki Wheatley. And for both the Eagles and the Niners, if they don't go safety early, I think they can go safety later, because I do think there's some depth with this class here. I think Trayden Stukes can play safety. I think that Jalen Kilgore can play safety. And those are players that you can get later in round 2 or in round 3. Again, a programming reminder and a reminder for all of the real ones. Rounds 2 and 3 are tonight, so we'll be live for the next several hours. So glad that all of you are hanging out here with me. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. By the way, we're bringing you elite coverage every single day, and anytime a pick is made, we're doing deep dive analysis on these prize picks and prospects. Who is the best player available? It's a really good question. I'd say Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Jacob Rodriguez. They might be my two favorite. But who do you think is the best player available? We're waiting for the Niners to get on the clock. They're finally set to make their first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft after trading back twice last night. 1,800 people watching live on the Niners Report, 397 likes. That's great. Before they make their pick, let's get the 500 likes. And then on Eagles Now, nearly 500 people watching. Again, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. A lot of people are saying Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, best player available.
Got it. I think it's either EMW, Pragnon's up there, Rodriguez is up there. Depending what you think of. I mean, Jermon McCoy, injuries aside, it's probably the best player available, but obviously you can't just ignore that. So
the pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. I had this player going to the Niners in the third round. De'Zhaun Stribling to San Francisco at 33 overall. We will do a long-form video on this. I think this is a little bit early, but he was a fast riser, and I looked at him as a Kyle Shanahan type of pick. The Niners, of course, stay away from the offensive line. They go wide receiver, which I thought they were going to need to do at some point, and it's De'Zhaun Stribling. There's a lot to like about the player here. I like his size. He's 6'2 and a quarter. He's 207 pounds, so he's a little bit wiry. Last year for Ole Miss, 55 catches, 811 yards, 6 touchdowns. This is a player who played very well for a team that made a run in the college football playoff. And I really like his game. I just thought the Niners could have taken him in the third round or at the end of the second round. Good frame, strong hands and athleticism. He brings value as a great run blocker. Kyle Shanahan is really going to like that. Despite the size and the vertical speed, running 4.3, he's never been productive on deep routes. What I do like about him, though, is that he has been productive at 3 different schools. So grade the pick here. De'Zhaun Stribling to the San Francisco 49ers. Kind of a shocker.
Wow. This is a shocker. Let us know in the chat. I'll tell you right now, chat is not liking the pick. Chat does not like the selection. Wow. Almost 50% of people in the poll question are giving the pick a D/F. Man, if you're going to go receiver, I just think there were better options out there.
Me too. I do think that some people got to get familiar with De'Zhaun Stribling's game. But it is a little bit of a surprise for sure. And Chase Basantis goes 34 to the Arizona Cardinals. You got to be kidding me. Sonny Milano, what are we doing? EMW is there. Ricky Part 2. No, De'Zhaun Stribling is a different player than Ricky Pearsall. So we'll do a deep dive analysis on this pick. It is very early for him to go. And again, I wanted the Niners to go wide receiver. Early in this draft, I just didn't expect it to be Stribling. In round 2 at 33. I mean, that's on the cusp of being a first-round pick.
Oh, man.
Can we do a short, or what's the situation with that in the bullpen? Did they say no?
Yeah, Aiden's not out there. Durham said he'll be out there, but it kind of is like TBD.
Okay.
If he's available or not at any given moment. So we could try if you'd like.
Yeah,
so
let's try it.
I can ask.
Yeah, let's try it. We'll do a deep dive here on De'Zhaun Stribling coming up here in just a moment. So, well-built frame, sculpted arms, torso, and legs. Uses sudden jab to evade press and enter his route. Quick to accelerate in a straight line. He can stack corners vertically. Steady hands away from his body. He only had one drop in 2025. Competes with the physical mindset and plays strong on back shoulder targets. Ball tracking skills are definitely a strength in his game. He's a willing blocker who makes an impact in the run game. He was productive at Washington State, Oklahoma State, and at Ole Miss.
Cool. We're good to go.
So I'm going to record a YouTube short for our social team to clip, and then we'll talk about Stribling for the next 10 to 15 minutes here on the show. Chase Basantis went to the Cardinals at pick number 34. And let's do this YouTube short right now. 3, 2, 1. A surprising pick for the San Francisco 49ers to kick off round 2 with the 33rd overall selection. There was a lot of chatter throughout the day that the Niners were going to trade out of this pick again after trading back twice last night. They stick and pick, and this is a surprising selection. Now, I had Ole Miss wide receiver De'Zhaun Stribling going to the Niners in the 3rd round of my final mock draft. I think this is a little bit of a reach, but there's a lot to like about the player. He was productive at 3 different schools in college: Washington State, Oklahoma State, and Ole Miss. He is 6'2". He runs in the 4.3s. He tracks the ball very well. He's also a very willing blocker downfield, which is a really important component of what Kyle Shanahan wants to do in this offense with his receivers. He has a well-built frame, and he's got the ability to really pull away from DBs. There is a lack of vertical production, but I do think Shanahan can have a lot of fun with utilizing him in this offense. So I'm so surprised that the NFL Network is so far behind. I think we're behind. Here, let's just go ESPN. Bang. There we go. Okay. T.J. Parker to the Buffalo Bills at number 35. The Texans are trading up to number 36 in a trade with the Las Vegas Raiders. All right, let's talk De'Zhaun Stribling to the San Francisco 49ers with the 33rd overall pick to kick off round 2. We'll get to your super chats here in a moment. For our Eagles audience, of course, when the Eagles make a pick, we'll do deep dive analysis on who the Eagles take. And, of course, we'll get you caught up with all of the picks that have happened so far in this second round. And we'll talk about every single player here on the show as well. All right, let's talk De'Zhaun Stribling to the San Francisco 49ers here. Let's dive in. The San Francisco 49ers finally get on the board with their first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. They traded out of round 1 with 2 separate trades to go to 33 overall to kick off round 2, and they take Ole Miss wide receiver De'Zhaun Stribling. This is the 49ers Report. My name is Chase Sr. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button because anytime the Niners make a pick, we're giving you videos like this where we do deep dive analysis provided with scouting profiles on all of these future San Francisco 49ers. I like the player in De'Zhaun Stribling. I actually had him going to the Niners in my final mock draft with the 65th overall pick. I expected him to be more of a late round 2, early round 3 player. I did not anticipate Stribling going off the board with the first pick of the second round. This screams Kyle Shanahan's selection because De'Zhaun Stribling is a very Kyle Shanahan type of player. Like Ricky Pearsall a couple of years ago, the Niners saw a guy who they liked, and they took him a little bit too early. I think that is the case here where we see San Francisco with a little bit of a reach. And I thought going into this draft that the Niners needed to address the wide receiver position and get some young guys in that room. Mike Evans is going to be 33. Christian Kirk is going to be 30. And Stribling here is a young developmental player who's got a ton of ability. Really good frame, strong hands, only had 1 drop last year. He's an excellent athlete. He is 6'2". He runs in the 4.3s. He brings the Niners great value as a run blocker for a wide receiver as well. What is interesting is despite the size and the vertical speed, he's never really been productive on deep routes, but he also tracks the ball very well. And if some of you don't like this pick because the Niners took Jordan Watkins last year, Watkins is a different player. He's one of the more explosive wide receivers in college football in 2024, but he's a shorter player with a lot of speed. Stribling is a taller player with speed, and also keep in mind, the Ole Miss program, do you like A.J. Brown? Do you like DK Metcalf? They've developed some really good wide receivers. Last year, for the Runnin' Rebels, 55 catches on 74 targets, 811 yards, 14.7 yards per pop, 6 touchdowns, and 1 drop. Another thing I really like about Stribling is he did go to 3 schools throughout his college career. Not a red flag. There are no character concerns here. But what's impressive, he produced at all 3 of the schools that he went to. First, he started at Washington State. He had 44 grabs for 471 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 drop. Second year at Washington State, 51 catches, 602 yards, 5 touchdowns, only 4 drops. He transferred to Oklahoma State. He missed his final 10 games because of a hand injury. He redshirted, but then he comes back for Oklahoma State in 2024, 52 catches, 882, 17 yards per catch, his career high in college, 6 touchdowns, 3 drops. And then this past year, we showed you those numbers that he was able to accumulate at Ole Miss. At the combine, 6'2", 207, 10-inch hands. He's got mitts. Nearly a 77-inch wingspan, 4.36 speed, 2.54 on the 20-yard, 1.53 10-yard split, a vertical leap of 36 inches. So he can go up and get it. Also a broad jump of more than 10 feet. So a really good relative athletic score for him. So the Niners are getting a really good athlete at the wide receiver position who I think Kyle Shanahan is going to have a lot of fun with him in trying to scheme him open, get him the ball, and give him opportunities to make some explosive plays. While he didn't have a lot of vertical production in college, I do think in this offense he can do that. I also like the ability to go up and get it and be trustworthy. Very good build and frame at the wide receiver position here for the Niners. So with that, I want you to grade the pick. We're live here on the 49ers Report. A lot of people hate this selection. I like it, though. I just think it's a little bit too early because I am a fan of the player. A, B, C, D, or F. Share your thoughts with me. We'll talk more about Stribling coming up here in a moment. But first, the 49ers Report is made possible and presented by our great friends at Prize Picks. This is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And they have a new social feeds feature. Give me a follow on the app at Chase_Senior. And you can see my lineups and my picks before we talk about them on the show. What is Prize Picks? It's a daily fantasy sports platform that is extremely easy to use. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stats, and you can win some big-time money. You can make player picks, team picks, but also culture picks as well, which is a lot of fun. And I always like how creative they are. For instance, during the draft, I've been predicting which players might go where. So pick winner spreads and totals with those team picks. All transactions safe and secure. More than 20 million users have submitted a lineup with billions of dollars paid out. And right now, when you use our code HMA and you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. Here is an example of how the NFL draft picks work. First position drafted, for instance, in the second round. Corner, safety, yes. And that's $471 to win $14, for example. Now, De'Zhaun Stribling went to the Niners there. So obviously it wasn't a corner or a safety, but that's how easy it is to play. Use our code HMA, pick more, pick less, pick prize picks. That link is down below in the comment section and attached to the pinned comment of this edition of the 49ers Report. So more on De'Zhaun Stribling here. Well-built frame, sculpted arms, torso, and legs. As I said, he's got that wide receiver type of body. And then to get into some of the specifics of how he's able to win, he uses a sudden jab step to evade press, enter his route. This is a player who can beat man. He can beat zone. He's quick to accelerate in a straight line that allows him to stack corners in a vertical fashion. I don't know if he had the best quarterback play to take advantage of the deep ball. So again, I do think that he can be better at that at the next level. He competes with the physical mindset. This guy's a dog, and he plays strong on back shoulder targets. What does Brock Purdy do really well? Well, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL on passes of 10-plus yards. But with that anticipation, he throws the back shoulder ball really well. The ball tracking skills for De'Zhaun Stribling are definitely a big strength of his game. And I think Kyle Shanahan is really going to like the blocking element of what he brings to the table. Served as a team captain in 6 games in 2025. Niners care about their culture. And again, he was productive at 3 different schools. Here's what Dane Brugler said, a very well-respected NFL draft analyst, about Stribling. And he also said on a podcast late in the process, I don't really understand why people aren't higher on him. Isn't the most well-rounded in terms of his route success, but he's a big-bodied athlete with strong ball skills and a pro mindset. He has the talent and competitive toughness to settle into a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 3 role in an NFL offense. I think he can do a better job of boxing out DBs and utilizing the fact that he is 6'2". I would say he's more fast than he is elusive after the catch. I tweeted this out, I think, last week, that he's got this ability to turn on the jets very, very quickly. So that is something to watch in his game. But I don't think he's a guy who is going to, start on like a cut, but on a catch and turnaround, he can really pull away from you very, very quickly. So the Niners taking De'Zhaun Stribling, 33 overall. They are off the board. The next Niners picks on night 2. They're at 58 in round 2 and then at 90 overall in round 3. That 90th pick by way of the Dolphins after that first trade back for San Francisco during the first round. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button. We're live for all 7 rounds of the draft. We're reacting to every pick and every trade, deep analysis of every Niners selection, interaction with the live chat. So hit that subscribe button as we're closing in on 200,000 subscribers. Makai Lemon is with Devontae Smith at the Sixers game. That's pretty sick. He rang the bell. Very cool.
All right, we'll get you guys caught up here. on all the picks that have gone down in round number 2 so far, following the pick of Stribling. And, of course, keep letting us know your thoughts, and we'll get to your super chats as well. But real quick, the picks so far, just to recap where we have gone so far. Getting this pulled up here. All right, here we go. So, obviously, Niners took Stribling. Cardinals took Chase Basantis, as we mentioned as well before the pick. T.J. Parker, my guy, going to the Bills at 35. Texans traded up to 36 with the Raiders. They take Hayden McDonald there at number 36. And the Giants have just taken Colton Hood at number 37 overall, round number 2. So a lot of Niners fans have a lot to say about this pick. And so we got some super chats coming in. We'll answer all those here, of course.
Yep. I'm just tweeting out my short form video here.
As the Raiders, they trade back to number 38, and they take Traden Stukes. So he is off the board.
Love that.
All right, let's get to these super chats here.
Another thing with Stribling here. On 216 career catches, he had 9 drops.
That Stukes pick is good. James Caps, we didn't know lineman. What the F? Basantis was right there. I don't even hate going receiver, though. I just think you could have gotten a different receiver at that spot. So that's more the issue I would have. Sean Mosley, 5. Listen, it's Shanahan Lynch. It's not going to make
Since when
sense.
It comes to receiver, that's one of the few things I trust Shanahan with. Yeah, I mean, there's been some misses like Jacob Cowing, Dante Pettis, Jalen Hurd. It's been some hits, though. Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. So a little bit of a reach, but this is one of those picks like ball knowers know De'Zhaun Stribling is a really good player. I guarantee you a lot of the people saying D and F in the chat never watched him play, and they don't like the pick because they're not familiar with him. When in reality, I think there's a lot to like about the selection. RG Lynch CTE pick. Look, I've interviewed John Lynch a couple times. For a Hall of Fame safety who played a very physical brand of football, I don't think he has CTE. James, $20 super chat. I voted F because I didn't bet him. But to be honest, I don't mind it. The draft is a crapshoot. I'll trust their evaluation. Can't complain about value because they traded down twice. He can help them this year and in the future. Solid process, B-. Yeah, I'd say standard B. Standard B for the pick. I would have gone offensive line, but of course they don't go offensive line. Words of wisdom, $5. So the brainiacs who chose Jordan Watkins and Ricky Glassjaw Pearsall signed Evans, don't play wide receiver rookies. Pick this busta. Yeah, Lombardi picked this. I don't know did Lombardi pick this? I had him going to the Niners in my mock. I have no idea what he did. I saw him taking a victory lap on his mock draft when he had Malachi Lawrence going to the Niners, yet Malachi Lawrence got drafted by the Cowboys. So I'm not sure how you have a victory lap there. Look, we don't know if Jordan Watkins is going to be good or not, but he's got ability, 4.3 speed ability to track it. Ricky Pearsall, when healthy, really good player, but obviously a big year 3 coming up for him. Nick DeGroff with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Nick, for the $10 donation. You are the man. And let's see. We've got $215 in super chats on Eagles, 55 on Niners. Eagles now kicking the Niners' ass. Angel Navarro, $5, he's definitely playing right away for where they drafted him instead of other must-needs, right? He won't go in the doghouse for 2 years. Look, I keep saying this. Mike Evans is going to be 33, man. Christian Kirk is going to be 30. You have one young wide receiver who you know who he is. That's Ricky Pearsall, and he's injured all the time. So I think Stribling can see the field early, for sure. Zerokic, $2. The Niners front office is such a joke. I mean, it's funny that you're saying that before he even plays a down when the Niners have had some of the most talented teams in the NFL over the last few years, and they've been homegrown teams. The 2023 team is one of the most talented teams to never win a Super Bowl. A lot of those players homegrown. James Capps, $5. How will Purdy get him the ball if he doesn't have time to throw it? See, that's a myth. He does have time to throw it. Sometimes he holds on to it too long. Sometimes guys couldn't get open. Guys could not separate last year for this Niners team. Stribling is a separator.
Cyril wants to know if there's any specific title you want to roll with.
Yeah, I can message him.
He sent us a message in like a group.
Yeah, I gotcha.
James, thanks for the 5. Got another one coming in here. Tobin, NFL needs to investigate Lynch after these 2 years. And look, all right, so I'll say this, whether you're a fan of a pick or not on draft night, whether you think it was good value or not, you got to at least give these guys a chance.
Yeah, seriously.
You got to at least give these guys a chance. But Browns went ahead and took Denzel Boston. I like that pick for Cleveland, man. So how about that? How about Cleveland? They had Casey Concepcion in round 1. Now Denzel Boston in round 2. 2 very different receivers as well. I like that, man. Building up the receiving core for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I like Denzel Boston, and I like his game in Cleveland. I actually had him going to the Browns in my mock. Now that I'm thinking about it, my final mock dropped on the chase down. I had a lot of these picks right, obviously at different times, but a physical jump ball, big-bodied receiver in a physical division. We have not shown you our Super Chat menu yet, but I'll show you right now. All Super Chats get a shout out. If you send in a Super Chat $20 or more, you enter a raffle to win a channel shirt, either a 49ers Report shirt, an Eagles Now shirt. That's any Super Chat, $20 or more. $50, I'll give you a beer cheers. $500 total, I'll do a mezcal shot. I did one for $100 earlier. And our Super Chat MVP, the biggest individual Super Chatter or Venmo artist, gets a signed mystery jersey. That's the biggest individual Super Chatter, gets a signed mystery Niners jersey or an Eagles jersey, depending on which stream you send that Super Chat in on.
Chiefs at 40 just took R. Mason Thomas.
Okay.
Edge out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, so we're well ahead of the draft broadcast here.
So get in the raffle just like Nick is right now with that $20 Super Chat coming. A couple more that came in on Niners before that.
Plus Ultra Adrian, $5 Super Chat. I wish we would have went guard first, but I like the pick. Young, has speed, size, things that the Niners need. We'll see how he does. What did I say all offseason? Niners got to get faster. They got to get younger on offense. This helps you do that. And I would have gone guard because I think you can get good wide receivers later. But they went wide out, another need. Jay Cruz, 20 picks away. Who do we go with, Chase? Safety, corner, offensive line, best player available. Is that on Eagles or Niners?
This came in on Niners.
On Niners.
Yeah.
Okay, so wide receiver at 33. It could be safety. It could be edge. It could be guard. That's where I think San Francisco goes next. Nick DeGraff to the Niners faithful. Let's hope Purdy to Stribling will be the new highlight connection for years to come. Let's go. Also, keep in mind, A.J. Brown, Ole Miss, second-round pick. DK Metcalf, Ole Miss, second-round pick.
The Bengals, their first pick of this year's draft here at number 41, Cassius Howell. Edge rusher.
Okay. I like this pick for Cincinnati because they needed to get better on defense, and Howell allows them to do that. R. Mason Thomas going to Kansas City is a good fit.
Got
I
another
see
one coming
Stewart sending in a $2 super chat.
Stuart Pedazzo coming in with the two-piece.
Have you always covered both the Eagles and the Niners? So I came to Chat Sports 2021. I was hired to cover the Niners. I was working in Pennsylvania after working in Illinois, grew up in the Philly area. And then 2022, I took over our Eagles channel. And now I've got those two channels. I got my own NFL college football channel. We're staying busy. We're content daddies here on the show.
Yeah.
And thanks to all the real ones for supporting.
So how about this? The 49ers report has 1,000 more people watching right now than Eagles Now does. But thanks to American Eagle, Eagles Now is leading the Super Chat battle, $215 to 93.
Saints are taking Christian Miller, the Georgia defensive tackle, with the 42nd pick.
Oh, that's sick. Unfortunately, because we're live on so many channels here at Chat Sports, crushing it with our coverage of the draft, all of our beer bongs were taken before I could get one.
Beer
But
cheers to everybody.
next 50 that comes in, I'll just chug it. I'll just chug the Miller Lite.
So I took Kevin Durant on Prize Picks tonight. That cancels out because he doesn't play, right?
Yeah, it'll just act however many picks it was. It'll just like go down one. So if
Okay.
it was like a 3-pick power play, it'll just be a 2-pick power play.
Okay. Cool. Celtics 7 of 16 from 3 in the first quarter.
That's good. Sixers hanging around though, despite that.
Playoff Nick Nurse, what do you got for me?
How about Searle with the speed? All right, let's recap so far. I think it's a good time to go back and look at how the second round has looked so far.
Let's recap the entirety of the second round here. So the Niners stick and pick at number 33. They take De'Zhaun Stribling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. A player who I liked for the Niners was Chase Basantis, the guard out of Texas A&M, to the Cardinals at number 34. Basantis is a player who I think NFL people like him better than Emmanuel Pregnon, but I like Pregnon too. TJ Parker, Chips guy, edge rusher out of Clemson to the Bills at number 35. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle out of Ohio State, good run stopper, to the Texans at 36. They just continue to load up on the defensive side of the ball. Colton Hood, that's the next page. Colton Hood, the cornerback out of Tennessee, to the Giants at 37. I thought he had first-round potential. Some people had him going in the first round in their mock drafts. So The value there of 37 is pretty good after I didn't like what the Giants did in round 1. Traden Stukes, good pick for the Raiders there at number 38. Is he going to play corner? Is he going to play safety? Ball tracking ability, highlight reel worthy picks. I think he's more of a safety. Denzel Boston, big physical wide receiver in a big physical cold division, going to Cleveland there at number 39. R. Mason Thomas. This will give the Chiefs a speed rusher off the edge. And they have drafted now Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. Loading up on defense is Kansas City. Cassius Howell, burst, production, violence, all ball to the Bengals at number 41. Shorter arms, but I think that he can get by despite that. And then Christian Miller, the defensive tackle out of Georgia, good run stuffer to the New Orleans Saints there at number 42. So that is what has happened so far to kick things off.
Paul C. in the building. Paul, good to see you with a 5.
Paul C., what's up, brother? How would you feel about Harold Perkins to the Eagles? I like him. Wildly productive player at LSU. And I know you're a Louisiana guy. Keeping tabs on that program. I know last year you're a big fan of Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU. Perkins is an off-ball linebacker. I asked him at the Combine what he likes to do. He likes to blitz the quarterback. He did tear his ACL. Highly touted recruit coming out of high school. And I'm not really sure what people don't like about him. I think he's a steady player. I think that he can be a good linebacker for a team that can hold up in coverage, willing against the run. You can use him as a blitzer from time to time. I think he's more of like a round 4, 5, 6 guy. But I would like it. The Eagles don't really have a need at linebacker. Took Jahad Campbell, let Nakobe Dean go. I think Jeremiah Trotter Jr. could start on a lot of teams across the NFL. But Harold Perkins is, if you're on best player available, like I think there's some value with him late.
We have a Niners trade.
Oh,
it's a player trade.
Wow. The Cowboys are trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winters.
Wow.
I discussed D. Winters potentially getting traded a couple weeks ago. I talked about it with Larry Krueger today. Entering the final year of his contract. Are the Niners moving up? What's the compensation? Let's see.
Yeah, wait to see the compensation.
Wesley,
here.
let's go Niners. That pick was fire. I like it. Just thought it was early.
D. Winters headed to Dallas. We'll wait to see. As soon as we get that compensation, we'll let you guys know.
So the Niners make a trade. Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez with the 43rd overall pick.
Had a good draft.
What is the draft order? Where are the Cowboys at?
So Cowboys were.
There's no way they got a second-round pick for D. Winters. I would be shocked. Lions are on the clock at 44 after the Jets trade out.
So this is where we were at. So it will be the Lions now.
So
44.
Lions now on the clock at 44.
Yeah, so no
Ravens
Cowboys
45,
here.
Bucks 46, Colts 47. Where's the Cowboys' next pick?
Cowboys. No.
They don't have that second because they traded it in the Quinnen Williams trade.
I'm going to go find what their next pick is.
Yeah. It can't be. It's not going to be a great pick.
Well, they're not going to give him. I mean,
are they giving the Niners back their 92nd pick?
That would be.
It's a 5th rounder for D winners.
Oh, well, there we go.
5th rounder for D winners. Okay, so the Niners get a 5th for D winners. This is a possibility I talked about a couple weeks ago after I saw Matt Mayoko talking about it.
So what do we think of the trade here? A 5th for D winners. Expiring contract. You obviously brought back Greenlaw. And we do know it'll be for pick 152 this year now.
Yep. Okay, so 152. All right. Just going to do a quick video. Lions are trading up for Michigan defensive end Derek Moore. So round 2 of the 2026 NFL draft is underway. The Niners picked at number 33, and they took Ole Miss wide receiver De'Zhaun Stribling. Full breakdown is already up on the channel. But now the Niners have made a trade, and it's one that I talked about a couple of weeks ago, the possibility of trading away a linebacker, given that the Niners going into the draft had I hate when you're recording and then all the notifications come down and then you can't fucking see. What the timer is. Okay, here we go. Round 2 of the draft is well underway. The 49ers were sticking and picking at number 33, and they took Ole Miss wide receiver De'Zhaun Stribling. I talked about that. That full breakdown is up on the channel. But now the Niners have made a trade, and this is something that I talked about a couple of weeks ago, how going into the draft after the acquisition of Dre Greenlaw, signing some linebackers during free agency, they had 9 backers on the roster. And so could they look to trade one of them? And I mentioned D Winners as a viable trade candidate for San Francisco. He is being traded to the Dallas Cowboys for a 2026 5th-round pick at 152 overall. The acquisition of Dre Greenlaw made him a little bit expendable, and here's why I think the Niners are trading him. They get a 5th-round pick back for him. I think they took him in the 6th or 7th round a few years ago. He's going into the final year of his contract. The Niners were not going to be able to probably re-sign him in free agency. The Cowboys had a huge need at backer, and so Winners goes to Dallas, opens up an opportunity for Nick Martin.
All right. So as Chase mentioned, Lions go Derek Moore out of Michigan, edge rusher. And I want you guys to let me know who won this trade. Cowboys getting D Winners or the Niners getting this 5th-round pick. Thoughts on the move here for San Francisco? I'm seeing pretty split here. Some super chats that I'll get to as well. Ruben, dumbass, F this draft. Ruben, not a fan of the Niners draft so far. David with the 5. Niners always do this. They reach. No one was drafting this high. Why? Jumping the gun, talking about Stribling earlier. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see.
D Winners did lead the Niners in tackles last year, but kind of an overly aggressive player who would over pursuit, doesn't have the best feel. I thought he had some really good moments last year, and he definitely has some potential. Plays fast and physical, but sometimes it's too reckless. And the Niners have a linebacker like that in Nick Martin. Chill, son. $20. Thanks for the Eagles coverage. Hopefully we can draft a heavy need. Salute to you. Thanks for watching it. And I think we've been crushing it, so I'm glad that you agree, and I'm glad that you appreciate it, my man. Jeff Chipper, $10. Micah who? Trade got the boys a lot. Great show. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, if you had no plans of signing Micah Parsons to that huge deal, and you got all those draft assets back, in addition to Kenny Clark, who played pretty well last year, it makes some sense to trade Parsons away. It's always hard for a fan base to part ways with such a star player. But Dallas got those picks back, and then Parsons was playing elite ball. He was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate for Green Bay. Then he tore his ACL. So how does he look coming off of that? Hopefully good, because he's a fantastic player. But didn't hate it from Dallas.
So looking here now, the Baltimore Ravens just took Zion Young, the edge out of Missouri, with pick number 45. So that puts Tampa Bay on the clock at 46. And so coming up, we got Tampa Bay, Colts, Falcons, Vikings, 46 through 49. Jets, Panthers, Packers, Steelers, 50 through 53. And then we'll have the Eagles up at 54, Chargers, Jags, Bears, and then Niners at 58. So we got a little bit of a break in the action here.
Yep.
I think it's a good time to tell you guys about one of our merch deals we got running here tonight.
Yeah, do that. I'm going to upload this short here.
Yep. I'll just pop myself up here while you do that. So we have a deal going on for the entirety of tonight. This is going on for the entirety of tonight until the draft is over. We have a special deal on all items right now. If you spend $49 or more on 2 items, again, $49 or more on 2 items, you get $10 off your purchase. And so if you have been looking to get some Eagles Now merch, some 49ers Report merch, I'm putting those links in the chat right now. Chatsports.com/Eagles shop, and then chatsports.com/49ers shop. You just saw me run through some of the Eagles merch that we got, the Howie Season shirts, Eagles Now, as well as our Married to This shirts. And for Eagles fans as well, the Married into This gear that we have, crew necks and shirts. These are also, just these specifically, the Married into This crew necks and shirts, 25% off all night long. And so this can be combined with these Married into This gear as well. So, Mother's Day coming up. You want to get that lovely lady in your life some gear. She married into this. Go ahead and get that now. And, of course, on the Niners side of things, you want to take advantage of that deal, spend $49 or more. Hey, it works out, right? $49, 49ers. Again, $10 off if you spend $49 or more at chatsports.com/49ers shop. All this gear, F Seattle, the hat, the Dub City gear, all available. So take advantage. All right. Uh-oh. How about this? The 49ers report was losing in supers. They're not too far behind now, baby. They're not too far behind now after Ruben with $100 super chat.
Ruben Boccanegra. How can these dumbass bounce back from the draft? Been a while, but love the Niners report. Support Ruben. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hope all is well. You're a longtime legend here on the show. And I don't know what you're saying. How can these dumbasses bounce back from the draft? Well, the Niners have made one pick so far. I don't think it's a dumbass pick. I just think it was a little bit early. That's all.
Ruben with 100. Ruben, you're going to get a bunch of raffle tickets. Again, any super chats at $20 or more get in the raffle to win a Eagles Now or 49ers Support shirt. So you'll get a bunch there. And you're also in the lead to win the signed mystery box Niners jersey.
Yep.
And because we now got, that's our third $100 super chat of the night.
Mm-hmm.
We got 2 from American Eagle, and we got 1 here from Ruben. As the Bucks taking Josiah Trotter at 46. Shout out.
Okay. So Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter for Tampa Bay in the first 2 rounds.
Shout out. Shout out to Ruben. I'm going to give you a beer chug for that one. Usually I got my beer bong in here, but I was slacking. Everyone took him before me. Guess that's how it goes. But I'll give you a beer chug. Shout out to Ruben.
Yeah, shout out to Ruben. Beer cheers, my guy.
And you got to wonder also, with Emmanuel McNeil Warren still on the board.
Wow.
Like,
is there something medical?
Yeah, is there something that we don't know of causing his fall?
Yeah, that's pretty shocking that he hasn't been taken yet. And the Eagles are, what, about 10 picks away? Or are they lurking?
Yeah. Colts on the clock now at 47. The Eagles coming up at 54. Niners again at 58. So we'll see, man. We'll see. All right, here you go, Ruben. Cheers, man. Really appreciate you. As the Steelers just traded up with the Colts.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren sounds like a Steeler, right?
That
Steeler
would make a
fans
lot of
going
sense.
crazy.
Yeah, Steelers just traded up. Steelers get 47 and 249. Colts get 53, 135, and 237. All right. Here you go, Ruben. Cheers. Tell you what, it's a lot easier doing it out of the beer bong than this little can. Please don't take EMW. It's so funny right now because both chats, Eagles and Niners fans, both thinking alike. They're both saying, don't take EMW, Steelers. Don't take them. We'll see.
We don't know the Steelers pick yet, right?
I just saw it. We don't have it in the system yet, but
Okay. Jeremy Bernard. Pittsburgh needed a wideout. Eagles jumped them for Makai Lemon. And the Steelers get the Alabama wide receiver.
you're down for you, Ruben.
Yeah, I like Bernard. Last 2 years, 114 catches, nearly 1,700 yards, and 9 touchdowns. He can line up inside, outside. No border sports. I was so excited for today. Now, I don't give an F. Do you like a 6'2 wide receiver who runs 4'3, who blocks, who tracks it, who's very explosive? I mean, come on, guys.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd. MP, $20. Is there a kicker the Eagles could draft late tomorrow? Hoping I win the raffle for a Howie season shirt. So it's for an Eagles Now channel shirt, not a Howie season shirt. We are dropping a shirt soon, though. A Makai Lemon shirt is coming up. Be on the lookout for that. No, don't draft kickers. Ever, ever, ever. Unless you have like 15 picks and you want to use one in the 7th round. But I'd rather still draft a positional player. You can find plenty of good kickers as undrafted free agents. It's also extremely fluky. Charles Jennings, $5. Why draft a wide receiver that high when Kyle hates rookie wide receivers? Hated BA, Debo, ran Pettis out of town. Debo was a starter on a team that went to the Super Bowl. Brandon Ayuk, as a rookie, led the team in receiving yards. Dante Pettis is a different story. An issue that I saw Larry Krueger tweet about is because the Niners have missed in the draft, especially early, and this is mostly a missing early thing, they've had to double draft, which is a problem because you're doubling up at a position and not addressing another position.
All right, Falcons on the clock at 48 as the Steelers just took Jeremy Bernard. We're trying to break our records from last year on our streams this year. Last year on day 2, we got 2,450 likes combined on both streams. Right now, we're up to 874. I want to see. I'm about to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Can we get to 1,000 likes by the time I get back?
Come on now.
We can do it.
Hit that thumbs up icon. We've got 1,300 people watching live on Niners, almost 700 likes. On Eagles, 432 people watching, 190 likes. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. I see the DoorDash King, Eli Stowers, is still there. Still there. Still some time until the Niners and Eagles are on the clock, but there are some very, very intriguing players. Oh, wow. The Falcons are taking Avion Terrell. His brother, A.J. Terrell, is one of the better corners in the NFL for Atlanta. He's an outside guy. Avion's more of an inside guy. But the Terrell brothers are going to be teaming up in Atlanta. Chip's going to be excited to hear that. And that was the first Falcons pick because they traded their first away this year for James Pierce last year. Avion Terrell's going to the Falcons, dude. Yeah. The Terrell brothers teaming up in the ATL.
Oh, that's sick.
That's got to be a dream
That's
come true
awesome.
for that family.
That's so cool. Very cool.
Yeah, AJ is going to stay outside. I think Avion will be on the inside. 8 forced fumbles the last 2 years. Ran a 4.6 at his pro day, but had a hamstring injury. He plays and is faster than that. Hard-nosed player. NFL bloodlines, of course. AP All-American first team. Ball skills. Will hit guys. He can play outside. I mean, he's got good technique to play on the outside. 27 PBUs in his career.
He's a dog, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And they're playing together in Atlanta, which very close to Clemson. So that's very cool. That's very cool. Shout out to y'all, by the way. We got up over 1,000 likes, so we're well on our way to beating that day 2 record from last year. We're up to about about 1,064. So keeping that thumbs up icon. Shout out to you guys. The Panthers just traded up with the Vikings And they're going to take Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, with this pick here.
All right, so we've seen a couple defensive tackles go. Christian Miller, Lee Hunter. Panthers at 49. Jake Delhomme announcing the pick. And that's the Lee Hunter selection. He had a pretty memorable combine quote when we were there. He's like, man, if I could play with Jalen Carter, he a dog. 6'3.5", 318 pounds. A name to watch for the Eagles, too, at edge rusher is Romello Height. He's another Texas Tech player who the Eagles really liked in the pre-draft.
Eagles coming up in a few picks. Oh, we got to. Oops. Haven't done this in a minute.
This one or PP?
This one, because we did PP during the read, so that kind of
Oh, right.
did the video, so that kind of checked that box.
All right, Eagles pick is coming up here soon. Jets, Carolina, Green Bay, Indy, Philly. So before we do that, let's tell you once again about Chubbies, fellas. Springtime is here. You know what that means. It's time to get a new wardrobe. I cleaned out my closet last weekend. What did I do? I went to chubbyshorts.com/chat, used our code ChatSports, got 20% off, and I was able to get myself some swim trunks, some shorts, some polos, some shirts. Whether you're playing around at golf with the homies, hitting up a beer garden, going on a date, visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention, they got it. Killer shorts, double check. Their original shorts provide that classic look with the fresh vibe, modern fit. If you're hitting up the pool or the beach, Classic Line Swim Collection has all of your favorite swim trunks. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off your order using our exclusive code ChatSports at checkout. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubbies. The shorts have inseams of 4 inches, 5.5, 7 inches. So some variety there. Whether you're getting dressed for a workday, a workout, weekend getaway, look good, feel good, Chubbies has you covered for a limited time. Our viewers, 20% off your order. Use the code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That is code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them that we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies.
Okay, so we got Lee Hunter go to the Panthers at 49. We got Jets, Vikings, Packers, Colts. Then Eagles at 54. Chargers, Jags, Bears. Then Niners at 58. So both teams coming up soon. And top players left. Yeah, I mean, look. Obviously, Jermon McCoy has to have some pretty serious injury red flags. He's still hanging on the board. D'Angelo Pons with the size and really only being a slot guy, he's dropping. Oh, he's dropping no longer. He'll be the
Pons
pick
at 50 is in?
That is in.
Oh, okay.
And it's to the Jets.
Also, Chip, we got our Makai Lemon shirts.
Oh.
if you want to check Slack there. We can plug these, I think, in the lead up to the pick and during the video.
For sure.
I think we can do it like off the rip. Eagles have made a pick presented by Prize Picks. They made their first pick last night. Makai Lemon, get your shirts. I'll put up on the community tab.
So D'Angelo Pod's there at 50. EMW falling. Manuel Pregnon's still there.
Yep.
Eli Stower is still there. Ted Hurst. Eagles won't go receiver, obviously. So Jets have drafted David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, and now D'Angelo Ponds. Shout out. All right, with the Eagles and Niners coming up soon, I want everybody in the chat right now to let me know who you think the next player to be drafted by your respective teams are.
Yep. Who's going to be drafted by either the Eagles or the Niners? Let us know. All right, I'm looking at the chat. Jack Collier, EMW, and Eli Stowers still available. Yes, they are. And Jack was saying at 68. Maybe even at 68.
All right. These are ready.
Awesome. Yo, how about this announcement for our Eagles audience? Makai Lemon is a Philadelphia Eagle. When life gives you lemons, what do? You make lemonade. Get your shirts right now. $24.99. Chatsports.com/lemon. That link is in the live chat. Chatsports.com/lemon. When life gives you lemons. An incredible design. I helped to design these with our design guy, Arnold. Get your Makai Lemon shirts right now to celebrate the newest Eagle, who right now is courtside at the Sixers-Celtics playoff game alongside Devontae Smith and Big Dom. 0741 said that's hard. Chatsports.com/lemon. All right. Packers pick is in at 52. Then it's Indy. Then it's Philly. Mark Munoz, $5. The people in the chat saying our 33rd pick is our worst pick in history are actual troglodytes. I've never heard that word. You don't know ball, son. Time to put the fries in the bag. Yeah, I said this earlier. Niner fans who don't like the De'Zhaun Stribling pick are not ball knowers.
Time to put the fries in the bag. Man. You're telling me Jermon McCoy's going to fall to round 3, maybe? That's crazy.
Yeah.
A lot of people still had him go in round 1 despite the injury concerns.
The knee is too much.
The knee must be straight Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
A big shout out to Derek S. First person to get a Makai Lemon shirt.
Let's go.
Shout out Derek.
Derek S. What a guy. Got the Makai Lemon shirt. Chatsports.com/lemon. Sun Wokong. Chase, there's no way you're defending this when the Ole Miss wide receiver we have on the team has been used all season. Be for real, man. This is unacceptable. How are you comparing Jordan Watkins to De'Zhaun Stribling? They are different people and different players. DK Metcalf, Ole Miss. A.J. Brown, Ole Miss. Pretty damn good players, right? Watkins is not 6'2", running a 4.3. He's like 5'10", running a 4.3. They are different players. What are we doing? Because Jamarcus Russell went to LSU, that means Joe Burrow sucks at the NFL level? It makes no sense if you're saying that.
Packers pick at 52 is in. It's South Carolina cornerback Brandon Cease.
Okay.
So Colts on the clock right now at 53. Then Eagles at 54. And then Niners at 58. So let us know who your team's going to pick next. And yeah, people asking for the link to the lemon shirt. I got y'all again in the chat right now. Let's see. Who's your team going to pick next? These are the best players.
Emmanuel Pregnon has not been drafted, right?
No. So, Jermon McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, C.J. Allen, Keontae Scott, some secondary there. C.J. Allen as well as linebacker. Emmanuel Pregnon, as you said, still there. Some good players still on the board. Anthony Hill, A.J. Halsey, Zakee Wheatley, Chris Bell, Gabe Jacques, Keith Abney, Ted Hurst, Kyle Lewis, Eli Stowers, Jennings Dunker, Buddy Clark. There's a lot of good players still left, man. Just Let us know. $2 super chat coming in from Nate Phillips Williams. What does New England have the Birds want for AJ? First round pick.
First round pick next year. Wow, Cisse just turned 21. Colts on the clock, then the Eagles. Yeah, Nate Phillips. Get a first rounder in 2027 from the Patriots. And then you hope that the Patriots are a dumpster fire in 2026 so that that pick is a top 15 pick.
Let's see the answers here for who you want your team to draft. Seeing some Niners fans. Anthony Hill. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. AJ Halsey. For Eagles. A lot of EMW as well. Pregnon. There's got to be something going on with McNeil-Warren, though, for him to be dropping this far.
Yeah, I mean, nothing was fishy at the combine with him. Eagles fans will love that pick. CJ Allen is still there?
Yep.
Again, this is what I was talking about for so long and talking about how this draft had so much depth.
Colts pick is in.
Oh, Pat McAfee making the selection for Indy. Eli Stowers to the Eagles at 54.
That pick's already in?
Yep. Zach Berman.
Wow. Stowers.
Eli Stowers is the pick for the Eagles. Gosh, Stowers is a freak. Back-to-back pass catchers for the Eagles.
So Colts went Allen.
A converted quarterback who turned into a tight end, went to Texas A&M, New Mexico State, then Vanderbilt. CJ Allen to the Colts. Love that pick and the value there.
And then we should have Stowers momentarily.
We'll have Stowers here in a moment. We're beating everybody to the punch here.
The Patriots traded up to 55.
After the Eagles, okay. So Eli Stowers to Philadelphia.
There it is.
54th overall. Eagles go back-to-back pass catchers. Oh, the Patriots got Gabe Jackas. Niners are 4 picks away, so let's try to rip this as soon as we can.
Yeah, you're still right now?
Yeah. And we'll talk about the pick and then show the Makai Lemon shirts.
Yep.
Deep dive on Eli Stowers coming up here in just a second. Let's get into it. The Philadelphia Eagles pick is in with the 54th overall selection in the second round of the 2026 NFL Draft, and I have a feeling that Eagles fans are really going to like this one. And this is a player who we've talked about in the pre-draft process. I had him going to Philadelphia in one of my mock drafts. The Eagles are going with back-to-back pass catchers to kick this draft off. Offense heavy as we predicted. Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt. You are a Philadelphia Eagle. Welcome into Philadelphia Eagles now. My name is Chase Sr. Today's show is presented by Prize Picks, and I appreciate all of you for hanging out here with me. We do have an exciting announcement as far as some new merchandise here on the show as well. Of course, the Eagles in round one traded up for Makai Lemon, a player who I really like. He's a dog. He was born to be an Eagle, and you know, when life gives you lemons, what do? You make lemonade. Eagles fans are going to love the play style of Makai. We made some shirts. Chatsports.com/lemon. Get your shirts right now. You'll look good. You can support the show, and you can rep the birds while supporting one of the newest Philadelphia Eagles, because the newest Eagle is Eli Stowers. He hails from Denton, Texas, north of Dallas. He's 23 years old, a converted quarterback who started his college career at Texas A&M. He went to New Mexico State. Last 2 years, he's been at Vandy. And Eli Stowers is an absolute freak show athletically. 6'3 3/4, 239 pounds. This past year, catching passes from Diego Pavia in the SEC for Vandy. 62 catches, 769 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And so this is a player who tested out of this world at the NFL Combine. His testing numbers were so good at tight end that some teams were looking at him as a wide receiver in the pre-draft. He's got untapped potential. Quality production, won a lot from the slot with seam shots, slants, and more. Might need some more space to operate at the NFL level. At times that can be hard to find in the National Football League, but it all comes down to play designs, and now the Eagles have a new offensive scheme that can scheme a guy like this open. And Sean Mannion, you've got 2 new weapons that you can work with at your disposal here. It was very important for the Eagles to get a tight end in this draft, in my opinion, to plan for the post-Dallas Goedert era. And Dallas Goedert is an Eagles icon, 5th all-time in franchise history in receptions, but he's kind of on a year-to-year basis with the Eagles, right? Didn't know if he was going to play for the Eagles in 2025. He did, returned on a discounted rate in 2026. But Dallas Goedert is getting older. He's been an injury-prone player, and now the Eagles fulfilling a huge need here, and 2 huge needs, wide receiver and tight end, and now they can develop a really intriguing pass catcher here in Stowers. And all signs point to A.J. Brown getting traded. Well, if you lose A.J. Brown, you draft Makai Lemon to help replace that production. Now you can also run a lot more 12 personnel and 2 tight end sets with Stowers to complement Goedert and give Jalen Hurts another weapon through the air. He ran a 4.51 40-yard dash in the pre-draft process. His vertical jump, 45.5 inches. His broad jump, more than 11 feet. He has a broad-shouldered frame. I think that he can add some more size, good bulk, so he can add some of that mass. He was a freaks list athlete in college, and when you look at the tape, he makes some really impressive plays. Whether he's going down the seam, he's going up and getting it, or he's able to break a tackle or pick up yards after the catch. He led FBS tight ends in 2025 in receiving yards per game at 64.1. Good character guy coming to the Eagles as well. Team captain and a very driven player. And the fact that he's a converted quarterback, that's the athletic base. But he's gotten to this point because he's been working hard. More on Eli Stowers coming up here in just a moment. but I want you to grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you're thinking about it down in the comment section right now. I really like it. I'm going to give it an A. Need, player, value, all the way down here at 54. We'll continue to give you a scouting report on Stowers coming up here in just a moment, but Philadelphia Eagles Now is presented by our friends at Prize Picks. What is Prize Picks? The #1 daily fantasy sports app in North America. More than 20 million people have submitted lineups, and all you got to do, it's very easy to use. Choose more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win some big-time money. And right now, when you use our code HMA and you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. You can make player picks. You can also make team picks where you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. All of your transactions are safe and secure. Team picks now available on Prize Picks in many states across America. I'll hop on the line with Josh Shapiro, and I'll try to get him to fast forward getting Prize Picks fully available in Pennsylvania. I'll try to use my connections at my disposal here. Get $50 when you play $5. I'm kind of kidding by saying that. I'm not getting political. I'm joking around. Relax. But with Prize Picks, show us that you know ball. And here was a lineup that we went with for some basketball action. I'm recording this during Sixers Celtics. Chip is keeping close tabs on that. Celtics have been hot from 3, but the Sixers maintaining within striking distance. Derek White, less than 2.5 3-pointers made. Tyrese Maxey, more than 6 times. VJ Edgecombe, more than 15.5 points. That's how easy it is. We've also been making some predictions for where players could go in the NFL draft. So play $5, get $50 instantly. Pick more, pick less, pick Prize Picks. Breaking news! Breaking news! Live here on the show. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Greenard. Here are the trade details here. We're reacting to it in live time. Eagles get Greenard, a player who they've shown a lot of interest in for a long time. Once Jalen Phillips signed with the Carolina Panthers, what did I say during free agency? Howie Roseman, get on the phone, hit up the Vikings, and trade for Jonathan Greenard. Eagles had a huge need at the edge rusher spot. They signed Arnold Ebiketie in free agency, signed Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but the only other pass rushers you can rely on at the edge spot, Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt. Now they get Jonathan Greenard. They give up 98 overall in the 3rd round. They also surrender a 2027 3rd-round pick. So that's a pretty good price for the Vikings to get back for Jonathan Greenard, but Jonathan Greenard is an excellent player. 3 years ago, he had 12.5 sacks. 2 years ago, he had 12 sacks. Last year, the sack numbers did go down, but he was excellent against the run. His pressure numbers were also fantastic, and this is a Vic Fangio scheme fit. He has played in a 4-3 under D'Amico Ryans. That's when he had 12.5 sacks. He's played in a 3-4 under Brian Flores with Minnesota. That's when he had 12 sacks. And even though he was a little bit banged up last year and the sack numbers weren't where he wanted them to be, here's how he fared, according to PFF. Overall grade of 74.2. That ranked 31st among 115 edge rushers. A pass rushing grade of 77.6. That ranked 18th. A run defense grade of 77.8. That ranked 12th. This is not a one-trick pony. He's not just a player with violence, twitch, speed, bend coming off the edge, but he's very good at that. This is also a player who can set the edge, which is what Jalen Phillips did a terrific job of, and he is a two-way type of player where he can pinch and collapse the pocket, pressure the quarterback, and he's really good against the run. We showed you the pressure numbers there, and the Eagles have traded for Jonathan Greenard. So Makai Lemon round 1, Eli Stowers round 2, Jonathan Greenard here being traded to the Eagles in the midst of round 2, and the Eagles are giving up a 3rd-round pick this year and a 3rd-round pick next year. How about it? Howie Roseman does it again. Howie Houdini. Love the value of this trade. Love the player. Love the scheme fit. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Jonathan Greenard, you are a Philadelphia Eagle. Makai Lemon, Eli Stowers, you are also Philadelphia Eagles. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why you subscribe to the channel. We're live for all 7 rounds right here on the show. We're reacting to every pick and every trade. Deep analysis of every single Eagles pick. Interaction with the live chat. So hit that subscribe button because nobody's doing what we're doing on YouTube, covering the Eagles every single day. What great timing.
Wow.
That's crazy. '49ers are now on the clock.
Niners are on the clock. Lot just went down. Lot just went down. And the Sixers have taken the lead. Wow. All right. So, again, Eagles fans, give us your thoughts on the trade and the pick of Eli Stowers down below. All that happening at once. Absolutely crazy. To get you guys caught up, real quick, so Niners are on the clock.
Holy moly.
A lot going on. So, the Eagles obviously just took Stowers. Then the Patriots took Gabe Jacas. The Jaguars took Nate Bjorkacher. And the Bears pick should be in momentarily. So we'll see who they take. EMW is still there. But there might be concerns.
Wow. Yeah, there might be some medical concerns there.
Wow, wow, wow. Elijah Stovall coming in with a 5. Would have liked if we got O-line to that tight end. Think it's more of an immediate need. Maybe a slight reach with Dunker. Can address that a little bit later in the draft as well. I imagine they will. Look who it is, Chase.
The sit down with Jeff Nadeau. Nadeau, I know you follow me on Twitter. We obviously interact all the time. I've been talking about Greenard to the Eagles since day one of free agency. Right when Jalen Phillips signed with the Panthers, I said, Howie, trade for Jonathan Greenard. And the Eagles get Jonathan Greenard. Just talked about it on a segment while we're live here, and now I'm sending out some victory lap tweets. Fucking Howie, man. Howie does it again.
Bears are taking Iowa center Logan Jones at 57. So the Niners are officially on the clock. Trent Thompson with the 5. C.J. Allen or A.J. Halsey at 58. And Jalen Farmer in the 3rd. Both C.J. Allen and A.J. Halsey available right now. So all options for the Niners here. Jamal McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Keontae Scott, Emmanuel Pregnon. Any of these I think would be fantastic picks.
Yeah.
I mean, Anthony Hill, A.J. Halsey, Zakee Wheatley. Not going to go receiver again, obviously. Jennings Dunker is still there.
All right, let me do a short on Jonathan Greenard.
Pull up the trade for you.
Can you actually... Oh, they get a 7th-round pick as well.
Yeah, that was just updated.
Can you put up the PFF numbers in preview?
Sure.
That'd be sick. 49ers trade 58 to the Browns.
Oh!
No way.
Of course.
All right, recording this for a YouTube short. We'll do it live. Ladies and gentlemen, Howie Roseman has done it again. Yeah, it's the second round of the NFL draft. Third round coming up here in a bit. But as we've talked about for weeks and months at this point, Howie Roseman has finally landed his guy. The Philadelphia Eagles are trading for Vikings pass rusher Jonathan Greenard. They are sending the Vikings a pretty good package here, but for an excellent player who's excellent at getting after the quarterback, and he's a really good edge setter against the run. Philadelphia is parting ways with the 98th overall pick, third round this year, and a 2027 third round pick. They get back Greenard. They're going to have to give him some more money on a rework contract. The Eagles are also getting a 2026 seventh round pick. Once Jalen Phillips left the Eagles in free agency, I said on day one, Howie Roseman needs to call up the Vikings and trade for Jonathan Greenard. 12.5 sacks 3 years ago, 12 sacks last year. Sack numbers down this past year, still had 47 pressures and 35 hurries. Awesome move.
Wow.
Let's fucking go.
And the Niners, again, as Chase mentioned, have traded away pick 58 to the Browns. So, the Niners, again, the third time they've now traded down. They will not be picking at 58. We'll see what they get. Sixers, Celtics, tied at 67. All right, so the Niners trade away 58 and 152 for 70 and 107. So they trade down 12 spots from 58 to 70, but they move up from 152 to 107. Woo! So this was a trade down for the Niners to move up from a late fifth to a fourth.
Oh, wow. They get 70 as well.
Yes, they moved down from 58 to 70 and then move up from 152 to 107.
Okay.
So a big move up there from the fifth to the fourth. Oh, no. Niners fans won't like this.
Cleveland Browns take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 58.
Oh, man. Niners fans are not going to like this. I wonder if they say something about him here. Trying to see if they say anything about some injuries here. Browns take EMW.
Wow.
Oh. Could have
So
had
the Eagles
Bregman.
still do have 68, though, right?
No, they traded that. Or no, they traded.
They traded the 90.
Yeah, they traded. Where's Minnesota at? They traded 90. They traded 98. So they do still have 60. Or where are we at? Yeah, they still have 68. They traded 98.
Okay.
So here, we'll take a look here. So the Eagles have one more pick on day 2.
At 68.
At 68. After that, they don't have a 4th anymore. They don't pick again until round 5, 178. And then the Niners have 70 and 90 tonight. 70 and 90 tonight. That's the picks they have tonight. Texans just traded up. They take Michigan tight end Marlon Klein.
So Niners, okay, 70 and 90 now.
That's what they have left tonight.
Yep.
Then they have four fourths again and 1/5.
Okay.
And then the Eagles, this is what? They just have 68 left tonight. And they have a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. All right. Lot just went down right there. Appreciate you guys for bearing with us here because that was a lot. Eagles pick, Niners trade. Eagles trade for Greenard. Wow. Wow. We'll get to your super chats here now.
Yeah, super chats are flying in.
My goodness.
This is insane. How fun is this?
All right, here we go. Donnie Darko Wannabe coming in with a $2 super chat. This one on Eagles here.
Was on a call for CPR, missed our pick. Donnie Darko, saving lives out here. Watching the show. What an absolute legend. Sean Mosley. Chase, why would they do this? Are you talking about De'Zhaun Stribling?
This is Niners. Yeah, I think.
Oh, they just don't like how the board fell, honestly. And now they're at 70 and 90. So you still have those 2 top 100 picks there on top of what they did at 33. And then they moved up a lot in the 5th round. So that's kind of the thinking there for the Niners.
Mm-hmm. Titans at number 60 just took Anthony Hill, Texas linebacker. That's a good pick there. Reaper says no more defending Kyle and Lynch at this point. People are mad that they pass up on EMW. I get it, but I know it's a good value move.
Yeah. I still think you can get a good safety at 70. Zakee Wheatley, Bud Clark. Keontae Scott, has he been taken?
No, he's still there.
He's still there?
He is still there. Francisco Avila. Yeah, similar sentiments here from Francisco. Should have taken the safety from Toledo. What are they trying to do? They must not have liked him.
Man, I'm trying to catch my breath. This is a lot of fun. What the F? Should have gotten the safety from Toledo. I know Chip was looking at this. He was there for the taking. That's a need. They passed it up. What's going on? What are they trying to do, Chase? Yeah, I thought Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was like a first-round player, and he goes all the way to 58. So that tells me, were there medical concerns? Was there something that popped up in the pre-draft? I don't really understand why he went so late, but so many teams are passing on him, and I would have really liked it for San Francisco to take him. In our Chat Sports Company mock draft, I actually went with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at number 27 for the Niners originally. My final mock draft, I had them doing what they did, trading out of the first round to get some additional assets. But, yeah, the Stribling pick was a reach, but I really like it because he's a good player. Some good edge rushers have gone off the board. I'll tell you that. Niners need an edge badly. They need a safety badly. Still need to address the offensive line. Jacob Ford, $5 super chat. Lots of idiots that have never coached in the NFL think they're a coach in the NFL. Effing clowns. Look, keep in mind, the word fan is short for fanatic. People are fanatical about their teams. They really care about their teams. But to say these players automatically suck when I'd say 90% of you haven't even watched De'Zhaun Stribling before, got to relax. He's a good player. Max Clare is the pick at 61 for the Rams. Eagles, of course, went Stowers over Clare. They liked both. Jalen Kilgore is still out there, too, as a safety. So there are some good safeties still out there. Niners next on the board at 70 because they traded out of 58. Can we look at those trade details again?
Yeah, the Niners trade.
Yeah, that Niners trade. So here's that Niners trade. They made their pick at 33, De'Zhaun Stribling. A reach, but he's 6'2", 4'3", tracks it well, blocker, good body. You need a young wide receiver. So I actually don't hate the pick as many as some other people do. Then the Niners, this was their original second-round pick at 58. So they traded that away. They gave 58 to Cleveland. They took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. 152, a fifth-round pick to Cleveland. The Niners moved back from 58 to 70. So 12 picks. Then they moved up, and they got a 2026 fourth-round pick at 107. Not bad.
And the Broncos were on the clock, but the pick has been traded to the Bills. So the Bills will now be on the clock. A reminder of our Super Chat menu here tonight while we finally get a little bit of a chill point here before the Eagles are up at 68 and the Niners are up at 70. All Super Chats, of course, in the show get a shout out. We show them all on screen. We are doing a channel shirt raffle here tonight. So any Super Chats of $20 or more, you get into the raffle to win either an Eagles Now or a 49ers Report shirt. $50, next 50 that comes in, I got this Miller Lite unopened right here. I'll take this piece down.
Yep. If somebody sends in a 50 or a 100, I'll take another shot of Mezcal. Also, this comment is epic. Cool Hand Luke. Stowers is like Chase Claypool without the TikTok fetish. Chase Claypool was definitely an oversized wide receiver. Some teams scouted Stowers as a wide receiver because he tested so freakishly. But the Eagles are definitely taking him as a tight end, and that's how they envision him.
Our MVPs, by the way, on today's show get a signed mystery jersey. Number to beat on each channel right now is $100. $100 is the number to beat. Largest individual Super Chat. And by the way, for the shirt raffle, again, $20 to get in. You got to be here at the end of the show to claim your prize.
Yep.
$20 to get in. All right. Okay, we're all caught up on Super Chats. Oh, actually, we have a couple more here, actually, that just came in. We'll get to these here. Reaper, I think, has sent in a couple here tonight. Even Chase looks defeated. He's an Eagle. Talking about the Niners picks. I would say so.
No. Stribling was confusing at 33, but I like the player. Like, I had him going to the Niners in my final mock, and I had him going to the Niners in a previous mock. So I like Stribling. I would have liked Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 58. Instead, they moved back to 70. To me, it really comes down to what they do at 70, and then they've got 90 tonight as well.
Eric, are the Niners just going to draft depth? I mean, look, once you get into round 2, 3, and beyond, I mean, that's kind of what you're drafting. Obviously, you hope these guys turn out to be fantastic players, but, you know, that's out of the first round, which the Niners traded out of. Couple more coming in. James sending in the 10.
James, $10 super chat. Chase, I love your content because you keep it 100. That's the only way I know how to be, man. I mean, everything in life, like, I just am honest and I try to keep it 100. So thank you. I feel like every YouTube channel, all the fans are overly negative. You'll always be my first go-to for Niners content. Going to be sad when you go on to bigger things. I don't plan on going anywhere. I'm loving the job. Been here for 5 years. Been helping to build this company. So I love it here. And I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not going to be overly positive like Lombardi where the Niners can't do anything wrong, but I'm not going to be overly negative either. I'm just going to call it how I see it. Like, Niner fans are outraged about this Stribling pick when in reality, he's a wide receiver who's 6'2", runs 4'3", blocks, plays physical, good effort, team captain, can track the ball, and is a perfect Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay type of receiver. Words of wisdom, Niners playing 4D chess. Don't worry, guys. I mean, people have acted like the Niners haven't been successful. I mean, do you realize what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan took over in 2017? A shit show. In 2 years, they made it to a Super Bowl. In 2021, NFC Championship game. 2022, NFC Championship game. 2023, another Super Bowl. In a reset year last year, they won double-digit games. And they won a playoff game. They upset the Philadelphia Eagles when they had no business winning that game. I know they haven't won a Super Bowl since 94, which is why I give a lot of Niner fans reality checks when they act like they can do nothing wrong. But this is a damn good organization. Aiden Hansen, $5. Love your vids. Watch them all day while running equipment. What do you do with Jacob Cowing and Jordan Watkins? Jordan Watkins, I think, can make the team. Jacob Cowing, see ya. And we'll see if they cut Demarcus Robinson, because that could be a post-June 1 cut. And let me see how much money they could save. If the Niners cut Demarcus Robinson after June 1, they would save $263,000. Dead cap of $2.43 million. If they cut him pre-June 1, $3.7 million in dead money. So, I mean, I know that's a lot of money to normal people, but for an NFL team, that's really not much. But, yeah, you've got Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, De'Zhaun Stribling, Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins. That can be your 6 wide receivers right there. Jacob Cowing, never knew you because you never played. So, Aiden, thank you, man. Appreciate it. B-Doc, when will the Eagles address the offensive line? Could be at 68. That's coming up here really quickly. Nate Phillips, are you taking Howie's job when he retires? I'm not going to lie. I got a lot of predictions right with my mock. I said that the Eagles would trade up. They did. It was for an offensive lineman in my mock, but they did trade up. I had Eli Stowers going to the Eagles in one of my mocks. Looked at Makai Lemon as a player the Eagles could target if he fell. Had the Niners trading back. They traded back and out of the first round. Had De'Zhaun Stribling going to the Niners in one of my mocks. I grew up wanting to be a sports broadcaster, but one of my other passions was like scouting. So I don't think I'll ever do that in my life, but it's always been a fun passion for me.
Here's that to the chase was just mentioned in there.
Nate Phillips, there you go. Jake Slaughter, wow, he goes early. 63. Almost 6'5", 303. Is that the first center off the board?
Yeah. Oh, no. Bears took Logan Jones, the Iowa center.
Okay. Mac Daddy, I'm getting real tired of this regime. Same draft outline every year. I bet our next pick is a running back, or it might be too early for that. Oh, it better not be running back at 70. It better not be running back at 70. I'll also say, like, Christian Kirk is not a lock to make the team, I don't think.
Wow. The Sixers Celtics game is nuts.
Yeah, what's the score of that Sixers Celtics game?
Sixers up 85-84 after Maxey just hit a huge three with 8:41 left to play.
Wow. They're giving the Celtics a run for their money.
They are. Abraham with another 5 on the 49ers report.
Abraham Silva, any chances TJ Watt or Kayvon Thibodeau are a possibility for the Niners? I would say no on Watt, too expensive. Thibodeau is a player who I talked about earlier as a potential trade piece for the Niners. So they reworked Osa Odighizuwa's contract and reverted a portion of his contract to a signing bonus, and that opened up $11+ million in cap space. Trent Williams, with that new contract, opened up $20 million in cap space. The Niners all of a sudden have $43 million in cap, fourth in the NFL. Some of it obviously will be devoted to these draft picks, but they could trade for a veteran. And I talked about Kayvon Thibodeau being one of those players because the Giants drafted Arvell Reese last night. They already have Abdul Carter and Brian Burns. Brian Burns is another player who I would call the Giants about.
All right, updated look at our Super Chat battle. It's a good one here today.
Yep. Super Chat battle, 291 on Eagles now, 274 on the 49ers report. Our Super Chat MVPs, biggest individual Super Chat, gets a signed mystery jersey, either an Eagles jersey or Niners jersey. Number to beat on Eagles, 100. Number to beat on Niners
Also 100.
is also 100.
got that 100 on Niners from Ruben and the 100 from American Eagle on Eagles. Pick is in for Seattle at pick number 64.
Seahawks take Bud Clark. So there's one of the good safeties off the board. John Schneider, man.
That brings us to round 3. We are officially into round 3.
John Schneider gets Bud Clark, an interception machine, to pair alongside Nick Emanwari. That's dangerous.
All right, so with the Eagles coming up in a few picks and the Niners right after that, let's look at who is still available.
Yeah, Jermon McCoy. This is like Shedeur Sanders of this year's draft, although he had injury concern or has injury concerns and Shedeur didn't. But a first-round talent who kept falling and falling and falling. Keontae Scott, Emmanuel Pregnon's still out there. That could be an Eagle. AJ Halsey, Zakee Wheatley, Halsey, Wheatley, they could be Eagles. Chris Bell coming off that torn ACL. Not going to be a Niner or an Eagle because they already got wide receivers. Keith Abney, Ted Hurst, love his game. Kyle Lewis, good linebacker out of Pitt. Jennings Dunker, still out there. Malachi Fields, some people like him, some don't. Deny Dennis Sutton. Love his game. Would love that pick for the Niners. I don't think the Eagles go deny Dennis Sutton because they just traded for Jonathan Greenard.
All right. We're going to show some more love to Prize Picks here as we await these selections and for the Eagles and Niners to get on the clock. I'm putting a link in the chat right now.
Carson Beck to the Cardinals.
No way.
Carson Beck is the third quarterback off the board. He goes to Arizona. Seahawks also replacing Kenneth Walker last night, Kobe Bryant tonight.
Wow. Carson Beck. And the Broncos on the clock. That's crazy. So I'm putting a link in the chats right now. We want to show some more love to Prize Picks, and we want to see what channel and what fan base is showing out the most. So I'm putting that link in the chat right now to Prize Picks IG post. Go comment on it, either Eagles draft or Niners draft. We want to see which fan base is showing the most love and is most hyped for the draft. So click on that link. And go spam it, baby. Go spam it. Go spam Eagles draft or Niners draft on that IG post.
And look, we're having fun here for our draft coverage, right? And Prize Picks is our presenting sponsor all across the board here at Chat Sports. So I want either our Eagles fan base or our Niners audience to be very well represented and show Prize Picks that what we do is legit. So comment Eagles draft, comment Niners draft on that post. I can also give some shout outs to some people. Michael C., Laura, Derek, getting some When Life Gives You Lemons shirts. How about Ryan getting some Dub City gear? Good stuff, everybody. Thanks for supporting the show.
Shout out. Shout out.
All right, Eagles pick is coming up. Niners pick shortly thereafter. Wonder if the Eagles go Emmanuel Pregnon here at 68. They've gone wide receiver, tight end. They trade for Jonathan Greenard.
All right, with these picks coming up, Eagles and Niners very, very soon. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the stream. More draft picks for the team coming up. If you're excited, hit that thumbs up icon. We're trying to break our like record from last year. We're a little over 1,000 likes away. We're still all of round 3 to go. We can get there, but we got to pick it up. Pick up the pace, baby. Hit that thumbs up.
Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Some good wide receivers still available. Carson Beck to Arizona. Had a feeling that he'd go tonight. And he officially goes in round 3, 65 overall. All right, let me do this. I'm going to run and use the bathroom knowing that we got Eagles and Niners picks coming up. So I will be right back. If somebody sends in a $50 super chat by the time that I'm back here, I'm taking a shot for you, and we will dedicate that shot to you.
All right. Broncos on the clock, then the Raiders, then the Eagles, then the Bears, then the Niners. Oh! Sean with a $150 super chat. He's the new leader for the Niners, signed mystery jersey on the 49ers report. We got some drinking to do as well. And Sean, let me pop this up here because Sean is making it rain. Sean Thayroll with a 150. Show him some love in the chat. That's also a bunch of raffle tickets as well to win a 49ers report shirt. Any super chats of 20 or more gets you raffle tickets. Sean, that's legendary stuff, man. That's legendary stuff. And so I'll make sure, obviously, Chase sees this when he gets back. But Sean says, love your work. Been a while since I've watched you live. Doing great work. What's going on in the Niners draft? Players you see coming and going. What to expect at 26. Things like that. And it got cut off. No sarcasm like that Cohen guy, please. Yeah, I'll let Chase answer this for you. Obviously, you're sending that for him, so I'll be sure he answers that. As the Broncos make their first pick of the draft. And they're going big man. And now another $50 super chat coming in. All right, we got some drinking to do. Chase runs his mouth, won't take a shot. Chase is taking a shot, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Another 50 coming in. Wow. This one coming in from MD Shimko, making it rain with a 50. That's raffle tickets. That's more drinks. Wow. Out of nowhere, is the Broncos, by the way, taking Tyler Onyedim. Chase, we got a couple major super chats that came in.
Oh, let's go. Sean. Hey, love your work. Been a while since I've watched you live. Doing great work. Okay, so tell me what's going on with the Niners draft. Players you see coming and going. What to expect in 2026. Things like that. Oh, and no sarcasm. Like Grant Cohn. I like Grant. We're friends. Okay, so I had De'Zhaun Stribling going to the Niners in my final mock draft. But I had him going to the Niners in the 3rd round. He went to the Niners at 33. That's 1 pick out of the 1st round. I like the player. I thought it was early. That's the only pick that the Niners have made. They were on the board at 58 and moved back to 70. So their 2nd pick is coming up if they don't move out of that. So, Sean, I like this Niners roster. I think they're going to be a really competitive team this year, and I think that they can compete for a Super Bowl. I really, truly believe that. They're going to have to stay healthy, but they needed to get faster and more explosive on offense, and Stribling allows them to do that. Got to address the offensive line at some point. Need another edge rusher. They traded away D. Winters for a 5th-round pick. He was a 6th-round pick. He was going into a contract year. They have 8 linebackers on the roster, and Dre Greenlaw made him expendable. So, Sean, hopefully I answered that beautifully for you, and thank you so much for that. And then MD, $50 super chat, making it rain. All right, shot coming.
I'm checking my Miller as well.
Cheers to Sean. Cheers to MD. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out for the draft. All right.
Woo.
Eagles pick is in.
Oh, Eagles pick is in. Hold on.
Markeel Bell.
Oh, wow.
Markeel Bell, one of my draft gems. His measurables are insane.
Markeel Bell.
Wow. This is a tackle prospect who might play guard. I mean, the Eagles just got one of the most fascinating players in this draft. This dude is absolutely massive. I'm putting together a tweet right now. Are they calling him an offensive tackle?
Yeah, we'll see what the
Probably.
announcement is.
Markeel Bell is 6'9". £346 with an 87-inch wingspan. and ran a 5.36 40-yard dash.
No. No.
Did not give up a sack last year, I don't believe. He played left tackle. Francis Mauigoa played right tackle.
Markeel Bell is the selection.
All right, I want to see. They got to call him an offensive tackle, right? Brian Westbrook announcing the pick. Yep, they named him a tackle. (6'9", 346.
My God.
All right. Let's do this cut.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do this cut. And then by the time that we do that, the Niners pick will probably be announced. What's pretty wild, Jordan Mailata is a massive human being. He's going to be looking up to Markeel Bell. All right. Let's talk about it here. Markeel Bell to the Niners. Picks number 68 in the third round. Let's go. We're back at it again as our NFL draft coverage rolls on. This is Philadelphia Eagles Now. My name is Chase Sr. No matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. And this show is presented by Prize Picks. The Philadelphia Eagles making another pick in this draft. And I'm telling you this right now, Howie Roseman and the Eagles just drafted one of the most fascinating players in this draft. Miami left tackle Markeel Bell headed to the Eagles at pick number 68. Check this out. Markeel Bell is 6'9", 346 pounds. His arm length, 36 inches. His wingspan, 87 and an eighth inches. And at that size, he has really good feet. He ran a 5.36 40-yard dash. He did not give up a sack last year, gave up 15 pressures. How he played in 2025 for a Miami team that ended up making it to the national championship and nearly knocked off Indiana really forced scouts to reevaluate his ceiling and his floor at the next level. And for the first time probably in his life, outside of maybe going to an NBA game, current Eagles left tackle Jordan Mailata is going to be looking up to somebody. That is how massive Markeel Bell is. We're talking about a player who is a one-of-one human being with the way that he is put together. He has an absolutely gigantic frame, a massive wingspan, but what's so impressive about Markeel Bell is how light he plays on his feet. He uses his length well in pass protection. He holds his positioning through reps. The big thing for Bell that is going to make or break his career is his weight. He has dealt with weight consistency issues. At the NFL Combine, he checked in at 6'9", 346 pounds. But when you look at him, as evidenced by the photo that we showed you and the photo that we're about to show you, there had to have been times last year where he was closing in on 400 pounds. But this is an athlete who is truly unique because of how towering he is, but how well he moves. There was a play against Ole Miss where he was on a pull block, completely flattened somebody at that next level. So Markeel Bell is a player with rare size and arm length. He has an engulfing wingspan where he can swallow defenders up. And this is a colossal human being here who plays wide and isn't moved easily. Think Mekhi Becton, but a little bit lighter on his feet than Mekhi Becton. And clearly Becton, a failed offensive tackle who moved inside to guard and was really good for the Eagles. That honestly could be the future of Markeel Bell, but the Eagles are drafting him to play offensive tackle. And his upper body strength is very impressive. He's got a good seal in the run game. The mobility is a lot better than what people would anticipate. And he stays on the field. He's been extremely durable. He tied Francis Mauigoa for the team lead in snaps played in 2025. And think about this as well. Markeel Bell played left tackle, protecting the blind side of Carson Beck. Francis Mauigoa, who went number 10 overall to the New York Giants, was playing right tackle. So Miami trusted Bell to be at the more important tackle spot. I know Lane Johnson is a future Hall of Famer. I'm not ripping him for playing right tackle. It's extremely valuable. But the more important position for a right-handed thrower, protecting the blind side, is that left tackle spot. And there were also moments in the national championship game where he just eliminated some of these Indiana cornerbacks when he was on some of those pull blocks. And this is a guy who is a freight train. You don't want to get in his way. It is going to be a developmental project. But the one thing that I find intriguing about this, in this Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay type of offense that the Eagles are bringing to Philadelphia, usually these offensive linemen are lighter. But Howie Roseman in his pre-draft press conference said, we're going to continue to scout and pinpoint offensive linemen who we really like. This isn't really a Shanahan type of offensive tackle, but he's going to the Eagles because they love dudes who can wallop defenders. So grade this pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Markeel Bell, number 68 overall, early in the third round to Philadelphia here. We'll talk more about Bell and then Howie Roseman, just doing some Howie Roseman things in this draft. Trading for Jonathan Greenard, that video is up on the channel. But let's pause and tell you about Prize Picks, our presenting sponsor. When you use our code HMA and you use our link down below, attached to the pinned comment in the description of this show, and you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. Prize Picks is available in all 50 states, including Washington, D.C., and it is so easy to use. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win some big-time money. You can make player, team, culture picks, and with team picks, you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. There's also an opportunity to predict and choose where certain players are going where in the NFL draft. Which players, as far as position type, could be selected next. It is so much fun. So use our code HMA. Here was our lineup for tonight, for instance. This is an example of what Prize Picks has to offer. 6-time multiplier, opportunity to win $120. Derek White, less than 2.5 3-pointers made. Tyrese Maxey, more than 6 times. VJ Edgecombe, more than 15.5 points. Pick more, pick less. Pick Prize Picks. Play $5, get $50 instantly. Use our code HMA. That is code HMA. Sign up with Prize Picks. Thanks to them for making this show possible. As far as some of the weaknesses in Markeel Bell's game and in his arsenal, obviously it's the body composition. He played between 335 and 360 pounds. He wants to stay around 350, and that's the weight that Miami listed him at. Wouldn't surprise me if Caden Proctor was closing in on 400 pounds. Markeel Bell was probably closing in on 400 pounds as well. He did have 6 false starts on the 2025 tape, so he can jump the gun a little bit. What that tells me sometimes is that a player is trying to get ahead of it because sometimes they don't believe against a speed rusher that they can block that player. I think he could struggle against some speed rushers at the next level. Most of his weight is above the belt. He's got a massive gut. The Eagles do have a really good strength and conditioning program. They've been able to keep a lot of players healthy, and so they're going to work hard with Markeel Bell. Remember, Cam Williams out of Texas was drafted by the Eagles last year as well. That's another one of these young developmental offensive linemen. He's a huge guy as well. Pretty much had a redshirt season for the Eagles in 2025. And I imagine Bell will have a redshirt season as well to get acclimated at the NFL level and to work on his body a little bit. So here's a rundown of what the Eagles have done tonight. Of course, last night they took Makai Lemon, round 1, 20th pick. 54 overall. They took Eli Stowers, the athletic freak, tight end out of Vanderbilt. And we did a full breakdown on Eli Stowers and that pick. Markeel Bell at 68, and then Howie Roseman with an absolutely blockbuster trade. And this is why Howie is the best GM in football. Also, the Eagles are signing Jonathan Greenard to a new contract. It's a 4-year, $100 million deal, $25 million per season, up from the $20 million that he was making with 2 more years left on that deal. Talked about this months ago during free agency, weeks ago, I should say, that 1, I wanted the Eagles to trade for Jonathan Greenard. 2, it was going to be a 2-way type of move. You got to give up draft capital, then you have to pay Greenard because he was unhappy with his current contract with Minnesota. Eagles give up 98 overall and a 2027 third-round pick. Before we hop on out of here for this segment, we have some Makai Lemon shirts that I want to tell everybody about, and they're absolutely awesome. And I think with his playing style, how he carries himself, his approach to the game, physicality, yak, going up and getting it, really good player. Eagles fans are going to really like Makai Lemon. So when life gives you lemons, what do? You make lemonade. I helped to design these shirts with our design guy, Arnold. Get your shirts right now. Shout out to Joey Peterson as well for helping out with the design. Chatsports.com/lemon. Chatsports.com/lemon. Get your shirts right now. And also don't forget to hit that subscribe button because we're always keeping you in the know with all things birds all the time. All right, the 49ers taking an edge rusher who's a really good player. Damn, Chip, I saw the Sixers cut it to 103-100, and then the Celtics hit a 3. Man, such a close game. 29-24 in the first quarter, 25-23 in the second, 27-25 in the third, 27-26 as of right now. All right, now we're going to hop into Romello Height. Oh, Antonio Williams to the Commanders. I saw Sam Roush go off the board as well.
Yes, sir. Eagles took Markeel Bell, obviously, we just talked about. Then the Bears took Sam Roush at 69.
Wow.
Niners.
So they got Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, and Sam Roush.
Yeah, they've got to be trading Kmet. I mean,
yeah.
There's no way. And then the Commanders just took my guy, Antonio Williams. But Niners fans, let us know. Grade the pick of Romello Height here, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. We're about to dive into it and talk about it.
So the Niners going with Romello Height, who's a pretty twitched up pass rusher.
This is new. Jason Tatum daggers against the Sixers in the playoffs.
I know, right?
Saints taking Oscar Delp at 73. After the Bengals just took Tacario Davis, Washington corner at 72.
Man, Romello Height has an 80-inch wingspan. Romello Height had 9.5 sacks and 11 TFLs last year. He was at Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech, and then Texas Tech. Had a couple different shoulder injuries. Look out.
Oh, VJ was awful tonight. All right, so we're about to dive into Romello Height here in a sec. After this, so Browns are on the clock at 74. They're actually trading this to the Giants. The Giants are technically on the clock at 74. The Eagles have no more picks. The Niners are up again at round 3, number 90. And then that'll do it for day 2.
Wow.
The Jags will end us off at round 3 at number 100. So we have 26 picks remaining. As the Giants take Malachi Fields, Notre Dame wide receiver, here at 74. So again, Commanders took Antonio Williams right after the Niners took Romello Height. Bengals took Tacario Davis. Saints took Oscar Delp. And now the Giants take Malachi Fields.
And then what's the final pick here in the third?
The Niners will pick again at 90.
Okay.
At 90.
All right. Let's talk Romello Height then.
And the Eagles are done. Unless there's some trades, you never know.
Death taxes and a Jason Tatum dagger against the Sixers.
Yep. All right. Before we hop in, just send Joey a title for the Eagles one.
Oh, okay.
We got Mike on this. Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, boy. All right, Romello Height. All right, here we go. Let's talk Romello Height to the Niners. Let's dive in. Another pick for the San Francisco 49ers on night 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Welcome into the 49ers Report, everybody. My name is Chase Sr. This show is presented by Prize Picks. And with the 70th pick in the 3rd round, the 49ers address the edge rusher position. And they are drafting a twitched-up speed rusher out of Texas Tech in Romello Height. The 49ers didn't move back from the 58th overall pick, which was their original second-round selection, to 70. Unfortunately, at 58, the Cleveland Browns took a player who I wanted the Niners to take in Toledo safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And so here are those trade details. This is the 3rd trade back for San Francisco in the first 3 rounds, kind of the first 2 and 3 rounds of the draft, because they ended up making this pick at 70 overall in the 3rd. Browns moved up to 58, and they got a 5th-round pick from the Niners at 152. The 49ers moved back 12 spots from 58 to 70, but then they moved up in the 4th round to 107. As far as Romello Height goes, the 49ers were dead last in the National Football League in sacks last year. And Markeel Williams, Nick Bosa are coming off torn ACLs. Bryce Huff also retired. The edge rusher position is a huge need for the Niners. But what's interesting about Height is that he's a different type of player than what the Niners have liked and sometimes preferred at the pass rusher spot. He's a lighter player. He's also an older player. He's 25 years old. So this is a win-now player who, unlike Markeel Williams, who is like 265 pounds, Romello Height is 6'2", 239 pounds, with a wingspan of nearly 80 inches, ran a 4.64 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine, broad jump of more than 10 feet. So he is a slender, twitched-up edge rusher. He's undersized but a productive pass rusher with a solid array of moves, very quick off the snap, good hands, nice bend. This is the Bryce Huff replacement here, ladies and gentlemen. The power is just not there at times. He can struggle with contact balance at times. So De'Zhaun Stribling, kind of a reach. Romello Height, I wouldn't say he's a reach because good teams like the Philadelphia Eagles are doing a lot of research on him in the pre-draft. It's a risk, though, and it's a little bit of a question mark. Last year for Texas Tech, playing opposite of David Bailey, who went number 2 overall to the New York Jets, he had 38 tackles, 11.5 TFLs, 10 sacks, 62 pressures. He did get some one-on-one looks because David Bailey was on that other side. Another thing that I do want to note is that career 12, but the last 3 years he's been able to stay healthy. And he was at Auburn for 2 years, USC for 2 years, Georgia Tech for a year, and then Texas Tech this past year. So the last 2 years, really the last 3 years, he's played a lot and he's been productive. 12 games played in 2023, no starts, but 6 TFLs and 4 sacks. That was at USC. At 2024, or in 2024, 12 games, 12 starts, 34 tackles, 6.5 TFLs, 2.5 sacks. And then this past year, he really put it all together with 38 tackles, 11 TFLs, and 9.5 sacks with 2 forced fumbles, 1 pass breakup. He's very defined as an athlete, has a lot of burst, empties the tank, which I like. I like his effort that he plays with. Very active feet. He's got this quickness that I would categorize as very slashing. I like his pass rush plan and the pass rush moves. He can get rangy from the backside. He's got that backside pursuit against the run, and he does not take any days off. This is a guy that works his ass off. So we've got more on Height coming up here in a moment, but I do want to allow you to let your voices be heard here on the show because you always have a voice here on the 49ers Report. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think of this pick of Romello Height? Some question marks because he's smaller, but the effort is certainly going to be there. The pass rush moves and plan is going to be there as well. 49ers Report is made possible thanks to our friends at Prize Picks. This is the best daily fantasy sports app, and that's why more than 20 million users have submitted a lineup with billions of dollars that have been paid out. When you play for new users, your first $5 lineup as well, you get $50 instantly in lineups when you use our code HMA and use the download link, which is attached to the pinned comment in the live chat and in the description of this edition of the 49ers Report. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win some big-time money. You can also make team picks as well. During the draft, you can predict what position will go next, which players might go where. It's a lot of fun. So with Prize Picks, show us that you know ball with Prize Picks. It's always good to be right. Team picks now available on Prize Picks as well, where you can pick winners, pick spreads. You can pick totals, available in many states all across America. And to give you an example of how Prize Picks operates here, we always like putting together some lineups. And also, by the way, with our social feeds feature, give me a follow on the app at Chase_Senior. Derek White, less than 2.5 3-pointers made. Tyrese Maxey, more than 6 times. VJ Edgecombe, more than 15.5 points. So pick more, pick less, pick Prize Picks. Play $5, get $50 instantly in lineups when you use our code HMA. For Romello Height, one massive year of production. And you always have to wonder, is that because he put it all together? Or is that because he's an older, maxed out college player playing at the college level, given that he just turned 25 years old? Fair questions to ask. As far as some of his weaknesses, I mentioned it, doesn't have ideal body mass. He's a little bit skinny and wiry. That can allow him to get engulfed by bigger offensive tackles or just overpowered by power. Against the run, sometimes he can struggle there because of the lack of size. At times, he can get out of control and take some crazy routes to the football. And he will miss some tackles from time to time because he wasn't always a sound wrap-up tackler. At the NFL level, you got to be able to get guys to the ground. I like the idea of the Niners going edge. I wish they could have gone Gabe Jacas in the second round. He went off the board right before the Niners were scheduled to make their pick at 58 overall. I think that Jacas is just going to be a steady player. He's got great size, 30 reps at 225. With Romello height, by the time that his rookie contract is up, it's going to be 29 years old. So you're going to want an impact from him right away, considering the age. Yes, 25 is young. It is not old by any means. But at the NFL level, when you've got prospects like Keldrick Falk, who are 21 years old, 25 is older compared to 21. So the Niners have made 2 picks so far. De'Zhaun Stribling, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss at 33. And then Romello height, round 3, 70 overall. As of right now, Niners have one more pick here on night 2. That'll be in the 3rd round at number 90. We're going to continue to break down every single Niners pick right here on the show. That's why you got to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe for more draft coverage. We're doing it all here on the show. And thanks to all of the real ones for all of your support. Yep, I got it.
All right, just broke down those picks for each side here as we're live on the 49ers Report and Eagles Now. Let's recap these recent picks that have happened, then we'll get to your super chats that have come in. Appreciate you guys. So, all right, so the Niners, as we just broke down, took Romello height at number 70. Then following those selections, Washington went Antonio Williams, my guy, Clemson guy, at number 71. Bengals took Takario Davis at 72. The Saints took Oscar Delp at 73. Giants traded up for Malachi Fields at 74. Dolphins going Caleb Douglas, wide receiver at Texas Tech at 75. How about this, Chase? Steelers taking Drew Aller.
Yeah, Drew Aller to Pittsburgh.
At 76. Oh, man.
He needs to clean up his footwork. He needs to clean up his mechanics. Mike McCarthy can help him do that. Chris McClellan to Green Bay at 77. A.J. Halsey, good safety, to the Colts at 78.
All right, so the Falcons are on the clock at 79. Some super chats that came in. North Korea uncovered. The Niners look for Bosa's replacement. I mean, well, drafting that edge rusher right there. There you go. That's certainly a start for beefing up that pass rush. You know, you got Bosa coming off the injury, Micah Williams coming off the injury, so makes a lot of sense.
Zachariah Branch to the Falcons at 79.
Ooh. Appreciate the 2. Robert Mason with a 5. We've blown this. Lots of talents missed. If Lynch blows this, he's done.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan has a lot to say as well. So, you know, that is part of the problem. I talked about this a lot. Like, when head coaches have a lot of personnel say, they're not scouts. They're not GMs. They're not watching college games throughout the season. And they will reach on players and sometimes draft players based on immediate impact, not who can become the best player over time.
back up there. So, yep, Atlanta taking Branch. Puts the Ravens on the board. G's up. Good to see G's up again.
G's up. Who were the winners for the shorts yesterday? Was my Bay mention? I couldn't stick around. Oh, the shirts. Let's see. The shirt winner yesterday was Garrett Semenuk, who won the mystery jersey and the shirt. Or no, sorry. That was on the Niners side. Mo Nana won the Eagles Now shirt.
G's up. Oh, just correcting himself here. Bruce.
Was this a reach?
On Niners, that came in.
I don't know if it was a reach, but the lack of size definitely is a little bit concerning. The Stribling pick was definitely a reach, but I do like the player for what it's worth. Jay Sherrod, Markeel Bell, link up with Jordan Davis. Weight won't be an issue. That's a great point. Do whatever Jordan Davis did. Fall in love with the Peloton.
Owing!
Owing! And Howie we trust. Go Birds. Hope all is well from Alaska. Howie Roseman on Jonathan Greenard. It really made sense for where we are as a football team to acquire this player.
Here's Doug coming in with a $2 super chat on the 49ers report. Romello's good. Stribling was a reach. Guard next. So Niners up again at number 90. And so the Falcons just picked at 79. Maybe the Ravens up here at 80. So not too much longer we have to wait here for the Niners to be up once again.
What's the final pick of the third round?
Final pick of round 3, I believe, is 100.
Okay.
But I'll double check.
We'll probably just do that 90th pick as part of grades. And then the Eagles are done.
Yeah,
Howie
Eagles are
Roseman
done.
and Nick Sirianni are speaking right now.
Oh, so they're definitely not making no more trades.
No.
Yeah. And then, Niners pick at 90. Final pick of the third round is 100. And then when we start day 3 tomorrow, Niners up pretty quickly again. They have pick 107 in round 4. And then 127, and then 133, and then 139. So 4/4. The Eagles don't pick at all in the 4th. They don't pick until 178. So we'll be waiting a while for that. Be waiting a while for that.
Oh, Ravens select Jacoby Lane at 80. I like that for Baltimore.
Yep, here that is. Jacoby Lane to the Ravens. And the 49ers report has actually surpassed $500 in Super Chats here tonight.
Oh, I got to take a shot. So Eagles now 323. Niners report past 500. Drippy, wow, bro. All you care about is money. Yet we talk about every single move trade draft pick that the Niners have made. All of the content is free. We've been live for 3.5 hours. Yesterday we were live for what, 6, 7 hours? You think we're doing this all for money? You're a fucking clown. But cheers to everybody else for being here. Always a blast spending draft weekend together. Cheers.
Is someone on Eagles gonna even the playing field here? I'm curious what everybody thinks of their respective drafts so far.
What's
ABC
Torrey
Direct.
Smith doing in the draft room for Baltimore?
Who's in there?
Torrey Smith, Eagles legend,
Is he
member of
front
the
office?
2017 Super Bowl team. I think that was just him. Another classic Ravens draft, by the way. Venga Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane. All excellent value. All players who fit Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't think he's front office. He obviously played for them, but I don't think he is in the front office.
Another thing, too, I've noticed, a lot of these college players are staying close to where they went to college, which is a little bit of a wrinkle here tonight. Greg Smith, hi Chase and Chipper. Caleb Downs, is he still on the board?
Not yet.
He
Not
went,
anymore.
He went with the 11th pick. The Jags are on the clock at 81. Yeah, Aiden Hansen knows what's up with the super chat. Only About Money is crazy. They post every day. Love Brock, but to prove haters wrong for good, what does he need to do this year? Yeah, we give people free content posting every single day. And people are going to say, oh, all you care about is super chats. Yet I'm literally reading out comments right now. Couple more super chats coming in. Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M to Jacksonville at 81. Niners pick is coming up at 90, by the way. So Niners will pick at 90. That'll be their second pick of the night. Or sorry, third pick of the night, third pick in the draft. So far, De'Zhaun Stribling, Romello Height to San Francisco. What does Brock need to do this year? I would say, Aiden, he needs to stay healthy, and he needs to cut down on interceptions. That's really what it comes down to for Brock. Because when he limits the picks, and he's on the field, and he's playing his best football, he's a top 10 quarterback in the game. But the interceptions are a problem, and that was one of the things that I knocked him on when he was in college at Iowa State. He put that program on the map. That's not easy to do at Iowa State. He won some huge games with Matt Campbell playing against some elite competition when they were outmatched. But as we've seen at the NFL level and at Iowa State, there were signs of this. Tries to play hero ball and will put the ball into harm's way and sometimes thinks that his arm is a little bit bigger than it is, which will lead to picks. Christian Burton, who do you think the Niners draft next? I want Pregnon. That would be awesome, 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 awesome value to get Emmanuel Pregnon at 90. And if you can get a really high-quality guard, I think that he can start right away at left guard. And if you get him at 90 at the end of the third round, give it to me. Chef's kiss. Sean Mosley, throwing up on my Jordan 4s. We suck at this. Jordan 4s are fresh. Yeah, It's definitely been a non-sexy draft for the Niners. I like Stribling as a player, as I've said, a little bit of a reach. Romello Height, he's 25, older rookie. But we'll see what they do because they still got some work to do. Matt Black, F the Niners. Always good to have rivals going back and forth. How about this, too? Jennings Dunker is still available.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brandon Lemus. He just sent in that super chat. Hopefully we get Jennings Dunker. Pregnon or Dunker at guard. Gimme, please. Address the offensive line early before it's too late. Robert Smith, if I send $200, can I secure that jersey? I'll give you the jersey for $200 if you send it in right now. Facts. And I don't know what jersey is going to get sent to you because it's a mystery pack, but it'll be a signed Niners player. You send in $200 right now, we'll send you the jersey. Bang.
Oh
Robert Smith. Deal. San Francisco. All right, Robert, I'm going to pop up my email at the bottom. Chip's going to pop it up. I'm not popping it up. It's chase@chatsports.com. chase@chatsports.com. Send me an email with your address, and we'll get you that jersey. So chase@chatsports.com. Send me your address, and we'll mail you the jersey. AB from 94. Hopefully we get Jennings Dunker. We need help along the offensive line. I just hate the Niners' draft philosophy when it comes to offensive linemen. They never take them early. And if you ever have an offensive lineman going to the Niners early in a mock draft, stop it. Because they never do it. They just don't value the position, which I think is crazy.
And then Robert sent this in, and then here it is, baby. As soon as it comes through.
This guy gets faded off Bud Light, effing clown. I don't know if you're talking about me, but we're taking shots of Mezcal here. Somebody sends in another big-time super chat. We'll rip another shot of Mezcal. Robert Smith, thanks for making it rain. Send me that email. We'll get you that signed Niners jersey. Appreciate it, brother. All right. The man with maybe the best nickname in this draft, Dominique Orange, also known as Big Citrus, goes to the Vikings at 82. They took Caleb Banks in round 1, Dominique Orange in round 3. So they're rebuilding the interior of their defensive line. They got rid of Javon Hargrave after 1 year. They've made some trades and trading away defensive tackles. 91 tackles, 10.5 TFLs in his career.
Big Citrus.
Big Citrus at number 81.
Robert, I'm going to give you a little beer chug here in a sec. I got to run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to give you a little chug. Robert, what a legend. Show some love.
Thanks, brother. Cheers, my man. All right, so I can recap some of these picks here that have come in. As we've got Panthers at 83, Buccaneers at 84, Pittsburgh at 85. How about Pittsburgh taking Drew Aller a few picks ago? Developmental quarterback for Mike McCarthy. They have Will Howard, Drew Aller, and I would imagine Aaron Rodgers is playing in 2026. Chris Brazzell. Great size, 4.3 speed, goes to Carolina at 83. He's 6'4", 198 pounds, runs sub 4.4. A lot of these Tennessee wide receivers haven't worked out at the NFL level because in that Josh Heupel, Art Briles offense, they get so many free releases off the line. And so when they get to the NFL level, they're just not used to the physicality. I will say with Brazzell, I think he's got an opportunity to be a good pro. I like how he tracks it. He runs pretty good routes. And when you're 6'4" and you're running in the 4.3s, if you can work on some of those weaknesses, you can be a really good player at the next level. He had 9 receiving touchdowns last year for Tennessee, tied for first in the SEC. Oh, Francis thinks I have a toupee. All real, my man. All real. You're just jealous. So the Panthers so far, Monroe Freeling, Lee Hunter, Chris Brazzell in rounds 1, 2, and 3. As far as a little bit of a recap, in case you're just joining the show, the first pick in the 3rd round, Arizona Cardinals inside the Niners division, of course, taking Carson Beck, the quarterback out of Miami, had a feeling that he was going to go on night 2. Tyler Onyedin, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, to the Broncos at 66. Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher opposite of Keldrick Falk, to the Raiders at 67. Eagles take Markeel Bell, 6'9", 80-plus inch wingspan. Sam Roush to the Bears at 69. And the Bears all of a sudden have a logjam at tight end. They drafted Colston Loveland before Tyler Warren last year in the draft. They have Cole Kmet on the team and Sam Roush. Niners took Romello Height at 70 overall. Antonio Williams, a wide receiver out of Clemson, to Washington at 71. Takario Davis, the Washington corner, to the Washington Commanders. Of course, different Washingtons.
I thought Takario Davis went to the Bengals.
Or sorry, to the Bengals, yes. Yeah. To the Bengals there. Oscar Delp, the tight end out of Georgia, to the Saints at 73. Malachi Fields to the Giants at 74. Caleb Douglas to the Miami Dolphins. Again, this is a draft class that I think has been an interesting one because it lacks star power, not a lot of great quarterbacks, but the depth that we're seeing here go in rounds 2 and 3, which I think will continue to round 4 tomorrow, I think is really sound, really good depth. James, $10 super chat. You're an effing clown, made my night, Chase. I'm going to open another IPA. Appreciate all y'all do. Can't wait for the season. Honest opinion, where does San Francisco rank in the NFC? I think they're second behind Seattle. It's funny. A lot of people want to talk smack in the comment section, yet I would say 98% of the people who don't like me on the internet would love hanging out with me in person. So haters are going to hate. You know you're doing something well when that happens. Enjoy that IPA as well. Where do I think the Niners are in the NFC? I actually think Seattle's taken a little bit of a step back with some of the players that they lost in free agency. Only 4 picks in this draft going into it, and they took a running back in round 1. So I would actually say the Rams are the best team in the NFC, and I think that's a clear-cut number 1 to have the Rams atop the power rankings in the NFC. After that, I think it's really, honestly, a mixed bag. And I think there are a lot of teams who are kind of vying for that number 2 spot. I think the Niners are in that tier. I think the Chicago Bears are there as well. I don't believe in any team in the NFC South, but I do think the Saints are like a sneaky team to look out for. I like the Packers. Philadelphia Eagles have massive question marks at offensive coordinator, but they have one of the most talented rosters in the NFL and a really good coaching staff. I mean, the NFC West is definitely the best division top to bottom. I don't think that's changed. You got to put Seattle like after that grouping of teams. And shoot, I mean, maybe they're the second best team. I just don't think they're the best. I think the Rams are a little bit better. Does Washington bounce back? I think the Giants are going to be much improved. I think Dallas is going to be pretty good this year if their defense can stop a nosebleed. Buccaneers are a competitive team. So I would say the NFC is very deep, whereas the AFC on the other side is completely wide open.
Robert says he sent the email. He wants to know if you got it.
Let me see. Oh, good stuff. Yep, Robert Smith. Got your email.
Boom.
So I will put that down in the notes. Oh, Ted Hurst to the Bucks.
Oh, wow.
That's a pick that I really like. Again, I talked about this with Larry Krueger earlier, but like Jason Light is one of the best, most underrated GMs in the NFL.
Ted Hurst going to Tampa. And Robert, I said I would chug this Miller for you. You got like just over half of it left for that 200 you sent in. I got you, brother. And Niners up pretty soon. Steelers in the clock at 85. Sean Mosley with the $2 super chat. If you hate Chase, get off his channel. Go Niners.
Yeah. We had 50,000 people tune in last night, and 40,000 people so far tonight.
Cheers to Robert.
Cheers to Robert. Why is the NFL having the same people repeat picks? I thought one of the cool things they did was have all these different people announce selections. What happened to that? Steelers picking again at 85.
Shout out to Robert.
Dalen Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia, going to Pittsburgh there at number 85.
So Steelers have gone Maxie Hanachor, Jeremy Bernard, Drew Aller, and now Dalen Everett.
Dooms 98. Chase, you're making a living doing YouTube? How dare you? Yeah, no big deal. Just 2 YouTube channels that make 6 figures a year. No big deal. We're loving life.
Kane, the Eagles have no more picks today.
No more picks for the Eagles. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni just had a press conference, so I think that says that they are done for night 2, and then they'll shift their focus to day 3, rounds 4 through 7. We'll be live tomorrow as well.
There's only like 15 more picks in total tonight.
Yep.
We'll end with 100. Someone just said, Chase, if that video gets out, you're done. What are you, Mike Vrabel and Chase? What video he's got to chase?
Yeah, I will say I made some dumbass mistakes when I was a teenager. But luckily for me as an adult, once I went to Temple and I got to focus fully on broadcasting, which was in 2012, so I would have been 20, I just went all in on broadcasting. Didn't even really party much in college because I was on the radio, on TV, writing for the paper, a couple internships while taking 5 classes. And since then, man, we've been keeping it clean.
Look what Napoleon Bonaparte just said. Did Chase get to Rossini too?
Chase get to Rossini too? I did not. I have seen her in person. I have been around her in person. I have worked with her in person. I have not been with her in private. I will say, I do have a funny Diana Rossini story. And look, like, my parents divorced when I was 5, so I really do take issue with her decisions and her actions if it negatively impacts her family and her 2 young kids, because far too many people are getting divorces across America, and it really negatively impacts our youth when you are unable to have constant parental presence around you. I was at the Super Bowl in 2022, and it's actually funny, the player that she did this with. This was in Arizona in 2022, and I am at A.J. Brown's podium. Funny that it's A.J. Brown, given how often she's reported on A.J. Brown. And who's the head coach of New England? Mike Vrabel. Where is A.J. going to get traded to? The Patriots. Diana Rossini with A.J. Brown, like, kind of elevated up on a podium, could have asked a question like this, right? Very simple. She is bending down, arms, pushing the cleavage together. And she's like, AJ. And I looked over and I said, really? It was so obvious. And all these years later, 4 years later, it's funny to think back on that story. And how about her and Mike Vrabel having like an anti-Jay Glazer pool party where 28 coaches were with Jay Glazer. The remaining 4 were with Rossini and Vrabel. And everybody was like, yeah, they're having an affair. Everybody knows that. Crazy.
Marcus, thanks for the 5.
Marcus Ralph, some of the best moments these past years have been while watching Chase call Niner games. I think our watch parties are awesome, so I'm glad that you agree. They are absolutely electric. I think we do watch parties better than anybody.
These picks are coming in quickly.
Picks are coming in quick, which is great.
2 picks before the Niners are on the board. The Jacksonville Jaguars
Emmanuel
come
Pregnon.
in and snipe Emmanuel Pregnon.
Could it be Jennings Dunker for the Niners at 90?
Still on the board. But the Dolphins just took Will Kaczmarek, tight end out of Ohio State. This is the pick they got for Jalen Phillips. So Dolphins traded Jalen Phillips for Will Kaczmarek. Yeah, man, here is that pick. Pregnon is a Jaguar. I'm shocked he lasted this long. He's really, by all accounts, going to be a second-round pick. Again, you have to wonder. And sometimes the league is just lower on guys, and a lot of scouts and people who do the draft coverage outside of the NFL circles. But always got to wonder if there's something going on. All right, so Bears on the clock, and then Niners up right after them. Just taking a look here at top players still on the board. Jermon McCoy is still sitting there, dude.
Yeah.
That's insane.
The medicals must be absolutely awful.
They must be horrendous. Keontae Scott is still on the board. Zakee Wheatley still on the board. Chris Bell, another, injury concerns there. Keith Abney, Kyle Lewis, Jennings Dunker, and denied Dennis Sutton, although they just took Romello Height, the Niners did. So I doubt they won't go edge again. But Jennings Dunker, Caleb Tiernan. You talked about Jay Sean Barham a little bit, but again, they won't go edge. Elijah Surratt, they already took receiver. It's got to be Dunker, or, Do they take the chance on McCoy? I don't know. They go a young linebacker after they traded away. Winners, I mean, they still got Nick Martin. So I don't know. No, Markeel Bell is no longer available, JML Builder. But I'm curious. So I just showed a bunch of the top guys available. Who should the Niners pick next? For our Niners audience out there, let me know. Let us know. Picks
Emmanuel Pregnon. I would have loved that pick for the Niners, dude.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
What happened?
LeBron just hit a 3 with 13 seconds left to tie the game against Houston.
No way.
LeBron is inevitable.
The ageless wonder.
Wow.
What a fucking legend, dude.
LeBron.
I like what Tested Chico said. Spam dunker.
Come on. It's insane. LeBron just unbelievable. All right, waiting for the Bears pick here. And Bears pick is in. Bears go LSU wide receiver Xavier Thomas.
Okay, Xavier Thomas.
The first guy we don't have a big camp for. That's never a good sign. That's never a good sign.
That's a sign that that's a reach. Round 3. Dane Brugler had a 7th round grade on Xavier Thomas. 41 catches for 488 yards last year. 4 touchdowns, 2 drops. He's 5'10", 190. 4.28 40-yard dash, though.
4.28 40?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why they took him.
Yeah. Lacks ideal polish as an every down receiver, but brings all kinds of juice to threaten opponents in different ways. This is a Ben Johnson chess piece right here.
Yeah.
Return man gadget guy early on who can
damn,
create
he
some
is fast.
explosives. Yeah. Transferred to LSU from Mississippi State prior to 2024. Holy shit. He definitely has some giddy up.
The pick is in for the Niners. Who's it going to be? They turn this in fast.
Fast.
Who's it going to be, Niners fans? Is it Dunker? Is it Jennings Dunker? The pick is in.
With the 90th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 49ers select
Oh, no. The Niners can't help themselves.
running back.
They can't help themselves.
running back.
First player picked in the draft so far that was not invited to the combine. That is interesting. Running back. I'm seeing so many F's in the chat. Oh my gosh. No safety, no O-line. It's just so many F's. You just drafted Jordan James. How many more running backs will they take this year?
Oh, my God. What are they fucking doing, dude? What the fuck?
Could have had Jennings Dunker. You could have taken Jamal McCoy. I don't care if his knee is Swiss cheese. Would have been a better pick than this.
Oh.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I just don't know what they're doing. Third round? He wasn't invited to the combine?
No.
Oh my God, dude.
Did CMC get hurt today? Ugh. Kilgore was there. Dunker was there.
Oh.
Boy.
All right. I got to admit, I don't know what the fuck the San Francisco 49ers are doing in this draft. I like De'Zhaun Stribling as a player. I had him going to the Niners in my mock draft. But in the third round, they took him at 33. That's one pick outside of the first. Nobody had him going 33 overall. Romello Height to the 49ers with their second pick in this draft at 70 overall. He's 25 years old. He is a small, twitched up edge rusher who had one really good year of production. And then at 90 overall, they take Kalen Black, the running back out of Indiana, 4.4 speed. He wasn't even invited to the NFL Combine. Running back is not a need. You didn't go safety. You didn't go offensive line. What is going on?
I think I know what's going on, Chase. I think I know what's going on.
They're trolling.
I think that somebody is playing Madden, controlling the Niners. And it's somebody's 8-year-old little brother who doesn't know what's happening, and they're just drafting players. Skinny Chuck, they're letting AI pick their players. Maybe. It's real. It's real, Victor. It's real. We're in this. This is real. They're going to draft me tomorrow, says Mad Dadder. The kid's whispering in his ear who to draft.
This draft makes no sense, dude. How about this? John Clark tracked down Jonathan Greenard in record time. The new Eagles pass rusher was at the Sixers game when the trade news broke.
Oh, my God. That trade must have been done. Here goes Barham.
De'Zhaun Barham to the Cowboys at 92.
Unreal. Yeah, after the Niners, Raiders took Texas A&M center Trey Zune. And then Cowboys just took De'Zhaun Barham. Rams on the clock. Are we just saving this for the end?
Yeah, just saving black for the end.
Cool. Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's hard to believe this is what the Niners are doing. 3 picks, 3 reaches.
These picks are flying in. Rams pick is in. They go Missouri offensive tackle Keegan Trost. Oh, man.
What are the Niners doing, man? It's another third-round running back. Ty Davis Price, fail. Trey Sermon, fail.
James of the 5. Call me sappy. I get choked up when LeBron talked about playing in the playoff game with his son. Doesn't get better than that. That is nuts, man.
Cool moment.
So insane.
Cool moment. Silverado Kev, I know we don't need him, but seeing how I coached him, I was the defensive coordinator in Youth 12U. Hopefully we draft my guy, Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Very cool, man.
That's so cool.
Very cool.
That's sick.
And I hope that he gets drafted just for you, man. That's so sick.
That's very dope. Grayson Holden. I have to look into him.
Sick. Andrew Nathan, $5. Chase, can the Eagles wait until the 5th to take Kilgore, or do they trade into the 4th using next year's picks? Great coverage. F that guy from earlier. Thanks, bro. I mean, if they really like him, like, they'll move up to get him. I don't know if Kilgore will be available in round 5. Maybe he's slipping because teams think or don't know if he's going to be a corner or a safety at the next level. That could be a part of it. Mac Daddy, $5. I've had it. These picks will get them fired. If they have a bad season, none of them will play this year based on Kyle's track record. It's just, they're reaching. It's so bad. And, I talked about this earlier. When you have a coach with too much personnel say, they always draft for need. They don't draft based on projections. Who's going to be the best player in 3 years? And Kyle Shanahan has too much personnel say. It's impossible to be a head coach and a GM. He's not a GM. Stop acting as though you're the GM. And when your head coach has too much say, he's making picks based on guys who he thinks can help them right away. You just drafted Jordan James last year.
No sense. 5 from Mr. DBLM. Appreciate that. Here we go. Dolphins take Chris Bell, talented receiver with some injury concerns. He's off the board.
I love that for them.
Two coming in from Keeping It Real 24/7. This has to be the worst draft ever.
It's pretty bad.
Mr. D Block. I think Lynch is drinking more mezcal than Chase.
Might be. I just don't get it. Keeping it real, it's a bad draft. It's a really bad draft. 3 picks, 3 reaches. I really don't understand it. And this is after I really like what the Niners did with their strategy last night of trading back, getting some picks. You didn't need a running back in round 3. It's just truly atrocious. Chris Bell at 94, man. He's a dog coming off that torn ACL, but he is an explosive player.
Steelers just traded up to number 95 with the Patriots, so now Steelers on the clock. Man. Some more supers flying in.
More super chats coming in.
K-Dot.
K-Dot, John Lynch. For something got to go. They always reach. They are the Reach Kings. They are the Reach Kings. Every year. Always reaching.
James, another 10 as well.
James, Chase, not even I, the defer to the experts, trust in the organization, draft prospects are a crapshoot guy, can defend this pick. It's pretty bad. Brings down the other 2 picks as well. I agree. It's just 3 picks, 3 reaches. I like Stribling. Romello Height's 25 and he's small, and then you go running back in round 3. It just, it's mind-boggling.
Steelers pick is in at 95. They go Notre Dame tight end Eli Raridon. And so we have Seattle on the clock, then Minnesota twice, New England, and then Jacksonville to end us off here in round 3. Some more super chats coming in. We'll get to these here.
Yep.
Got one from Destin Beeson.
Destin Beeson. Cheers to a bad draft and bad picks. Yeah, it ain't great. Now, they've got a lot of 4th rounders. They have a 5th rounder, and now I think a 6th rounder as well after making one of those trades. But in a draft that kind of falls off after round 3, there's no need to reach on a running back who you can get in round 5, 6, maybe even 7.
Eric with a 5 here.
Jennings Dunker to Pittsburgh, of course.
Of course. Yeah, so Raridon's actually going to New England. Here. We had this as the Steelers, but he's actually going to New England. And
Dunker's going to New England?
No,
or Raridon?
Raridon.
Okay, Raridon's going to New England.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Dunker is going to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yeah, so here. Raridon, we have it right now, going to New England. Eric, cool trading back. These Shanahan-ass picks are really starting to piss me off. Dunker's still on the damn board, and not anymore as he goes here. It just makes no sense. Just makes no sense. So Dunker goes here to the Steelers at number 96. Could have had him. Could have had him. 2 from Mr. DBLM again. Have a Hall of Fame DBGM who bombs at drafting DBs.
Safety, offensive line. How do you not go safety, offensive line?
Just can't happen.
They're not even drafting DBs. That's the thing. I mean, you can't bomb it if you can't even draft them, and you won't even draft them.
Roop Dirt McGirt, no pass rush, no help on the back end. Failure, yep, just as we were talking about. Another one from DBLM. Seems like we're living off luck of Purdy and Warner. I mean, those are great picks, yeah, but for a large part, it's not great. Aaron Velasquez. I don't understand how Kyle and John can preach about making the team better, but not assessing must-need positions. What's going on? I wish I had the answers. Do not have the answers for you. Do not know what's going on. Keeping it real, another 2. Spent our first three on whatever.
Spent our first 3 on what we could have had with the last 3.
I see. Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily, but like it feels that way. I mean, 3 picks, 3 reaches.
They hate Purdy, don't they? They just don't want to protect him. Jennings Dunker is going to be so good for the Steelers. It's just such a perfect
Yeah,
fit.
the hair. The hair is incredible. This is so bad.
Wow, the Lakers just beat the Rockets in OT. They're up 3-0.
Take care, Houston.
Vikings pick is in. They go Caleb Tiernan. Surprised he honestly lasted till the end of round 3. Thought he could have gone earlier in round 3. Another pick the Niners could have made. Is there a reason they didn't take McNeil Warren? Yeah, I don't know. He fell pretty far to the Browns at what, 58? I don't know. NFL could have just been low on him, or there might have been some injury concerns. You're not sure, CTB, why he fell so far. Sosa turned off the game when Houston went up 5. Thought it was over. You can never trust Houston with a lead, man.
Can't trust them. How much time was left when they went up by 5?
I think they were up 6 with under a minute to go.
Oh my gosh!
It was something like that. Yeah, how much time was actually left when you turned it off? Do you remember? Who said that? Sosa. Let me know. How much time was actually left when you turned it off? Tiernan to the Vikings. Vikings have another pick here. This is the pick the Eagles traded to them in the Greenard trade.
Jacoby Thomas to Minnesota at 98.
So Greenard for Jacoby Thomas. Yeah, he said for sure less than a minute. That's insane.
Wow.
And the Lakers lead 3-0 with no Luka and no Reeves. Obviously, no KD for the Rockets hurts, but I don't. They suck anyways. The Rockets had back-to-back turnovers trying to get the ball across midcourt and fouled the Lakers on a 3. Good God.
I got to pull up this LeBron tying shot. Oh my gosh, he punched the ball away and then he...
Yeah.
What a crazy sequence.
Look at that. It was off a steal, too.
Oh my gosh.
It was nuts, dude.
Is that Reed Shepard he punched the ball away from?
I think, I have to look at it again. I don't remember.
Yeah, Reed Shepard. Honestly, a great play by Greenard to get it to LeBron. Oh my gosh. Bye-bye, Houston.
Jags are on the clock for our last pick of the 3rd round. K-Dot, Rams and Seahawks won Super Bowls before us because of this.
Ooh, Julian Neal's a good player.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Les Snead and John Schneider run laps around John Lynch.
Nathan, could have had Dunker and gotten Kalen Black in the 5th. Yep, you could have. You could have. Mac Daddy, Eagles nailed their draft again, of course. It's a difference, man. It's a difference. Keeping it real. When do we realize best teams have great O-line? I don't think they ever will. I don't think they ever will. Group Dirt McGirt. Lucky Purdy is good, but this team will end him. Running for his life again.
Just not addressing the offensive line is just like legitimately insane.
Our final pick is in of day 2. Jalen Husky.
Jalen Husky, safety out of Maryland.
And that does it for day 2.
Draco, Kyle done pissed me off. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
Little recap. This is what the Niners did. Probably don't want to be looking at this for too long, but Stribling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black is the draft haul for the Niners. Oh, man, it doesn't look good. Just looking at it on screen. Oh, man.
De'Zhaun Stribling, Romello Height, Kalen Black. It is an insane draft. Mark Munoz, another super chat coming in.
The Eagles, little recap. Makai Lemon, Eli Stowers, Markeel Bell. I feel like they used a randomizer to make the picks.
It's hard to believe. Let's give away our shirts.
Yep. Gonna pop Marks up $5.
Mark Munoz, Niner fans are called the faithful because without faith, you'd blow your brains out.
Oh, man. All right, we'll give away these shirts here.
Niners shirt coming up first. Got to be here to claim your prize. Nick DeGroff, is he still here?
Nick DeGroff, are you here? And you know what's crazy? I think this is a while ago, so I'd be surprised.
Is Nick DeGroff here? We'll spin it again. Eric Binder, Chase is devastated. I'm in shock. I'm in complete and utter shock.
I will spin this piece again. I'm trying to find that. I don't see.
Cheers for the super chats.
I'll spin it again.
Sean Theriault.
Sean, are you here?
Sean, are you here? Spin it one more time.
Yeah, Sean sent in the 150 earlier.
Yeah, if nobody's here, we'll send it to Robert Smith. One more spin.
He might just win it anyways here.
Claw Daddy Arcades is with me. The GM just isn't good enough. Robert Smith, boom, ball don't lie. Claw Daddy, I just don't get it. It's just a dog shit draft.
Eagles. Probably going to be American Eagle, but is there going to be an upset?
Let's see.
He's got like all the entries. Yeah. There we go.
All right, American Eagle. We'll put it down here. All right, good stuff. Okay, we're going to sign off because, one, I need to get some food in me. Two, I'm going to give you Niners draft grades from day 2, rounds 2 and 3. You don't want to miss it because we're going to get very real over this draft that I just don't understand for the 49ers. We will be live early tomorrow. Draft starts at 12 noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So we'll be live right in the lead up to that. But be on the lookout for draft grades tonight. That's both on Eagles Now. That's both on the Niners Report as well. Because we're going to have to talk about this. And for the Eagles, a lot of great things to recap. For the Niners, dumbfounding.
Brutal. Keeping it real.
Claw Daddy, why did we
$2.
clear up so much cap space? Got beat out for Jonathan Greenard by Howie Roseman. Maybe they make a trade for another vet. But just a draft that just makes no sense. All right. We're going to sign off. Thanks for hanging out here. Rounds 2 and 3 for Chip. I am Chase. So much great content.
Before you get out of here, though.
Oh, we got more super chats.
Just a few.
Of course. Oh, yeah. I'm going to drink the night away anyway from Keeping It Real. Drinking the night away. Reaper 3.3. Speechless Chase says a lot about tonight. Speechless. I can get by the Stribling thing, even though I thought he was the third rounder. But Romello height and then taking another running back in round 3, just don't get it. Just don't get it. Newsomatic. Last 2 times the Niners in the playoffs, O-line play bad. It always lets them down, and they don't do anything about it. It's a joke.
All right.
Still not addressing it in the first 3 rounds. Joke. So many good players were in their lap. And they reach. The Reach Kings. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. All right. For Chip, I'm Chase. For all of the legends who continue to support the show, we love you. We appreciate you. And we'll see you tomorrow. Videos to come tonight. So be on the lookout for that. See ya.